Chapter 1029. Crimson Sky Kingdom? About to be annihilated? Duan Lingtian instinctively frowned when he heard this. At the same time, he looked towards the source of the voice, and it was precisely a nearby table of customers that were talking. The customer that spoke was a young man with an evil appearance. Every single word he spoke revealed extreme femininity, and it was extremely like a woman. Using the words of Duan Lingtian from the earth of his previous life, he was a sissy. This was a sissy, a trap. Crimson Sky Kingdom? One of the numerous kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The hometown of the 7-star sword sex #1 expert, Duan Lingtian? There were two other young men at the same table as the evil-looking young man, and they were instantly surprised when they heard what the evil-looking young man said. Exactly, it's Duan Lingtian's hometown. The evil-looking young man nodded, and as he spoke, his voice became more feminine. All of you don't know. The reason the Crimson Sky Kingdom is facing a crisis this time is because of that Duan Lingtian. What? The Crimson Sky Kingdom's crisis this time is because of Duan Lingtian? The two of them were greatly shocked. The discussion of the three people at the table didn't intentionally lower their voices, and for a time, it alarmed the other customers in the restaurant. Someone wants to go against the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of Duan Lingtian? It can't be, right? According to my knowledge, when Duan Lingtian annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the 7-star sword sect, he was already in existence that was close to the void interpretation stage. Even our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family is slightly afraid of him. Moreover, not only our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the Darkstone Empire, there's probably only a handful of people that can defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's advantage is that he's young, so the experts of the Darkstone Empire ought to not shed all pretenses with Duan Lingtian. During the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian was ranked first. Since that time, he's been the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of our Dark Han Dynasty. Unless such a genius figure can be killed in the cradle. Otherwise, even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't easily fall out with him. For a moment, the entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of the drinkers at every table shifted to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was still a 7-star sword sect disciple in the past, he'd already become famous in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom because he'd suppressed the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Of course, at that time, even though the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had heard of such a figure, most of them didn't take him seriously. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were many monstrous geniuses with extraordinary natural talent. However, many of them either died prematurely or had their talents greatly reduced when they were older, becoming mediocre people. Many people did not think that Duan Lingtian could continue to be a monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian later gave these people a resounding slap in the face. Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect and annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. When this news spread out, the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was stirred. The Azure Forest Trisect was a formidable sect formed from the merger of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They first annihilated the Mountain Split sect, then annihilated the 7-star sword sect, and they were like the sun in the midday sky. Their strength could be said to be comparable to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. It was precisely such a sect that was annihilated by Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had all died at the hands of Duan Lingtian alone. The monstrous martial artist that was praised for suppressing the 5 great young masters in the past had annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect after a few years, and it shook the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The heat of this matter hadn't subsided when another shocking news spread out and swept through the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, it pushed Duan Lingtian's reputation to an even higher height. Duan Lingtian had suppressed all the young experts of the Darkhan dynasty in the dynasty martial competition held by the Darkhan dynasty and obtained the honor of first place. Since then, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. When this news spread out, everyone in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom felt proud of Duan Lingtian, because Duan Lingtian had walked out from their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. What do all of you know? Right when the crowd of customers were in an uproar and were doubting the words of the young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice, the young man grunted coldly. The people who are targeting Duan Lingtian aren't members of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, nor are they members of the Darkstone Empire, nor are they members of the Darkhan dynasty. Everyone was stunned when they heard the young man. Could it be that it's a member of another dynasty? It's possible. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian killed someone from a dynasty during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and the backer of that person killed by Duan Lingtian has come looking for him. Many people couldn't help but guess. A group of pig brains. The young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when he heard these discussions. Right when he caused the crowd to be enraged, he continued. Use your pig brains to think properly. Even if a member of another dynasty really wants to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, would he dare to make such a big deal out of it? If he dares to make a big deal out of it, then it won't just be a matter between him and Duan Lingtian. The two dynasties will shed all pretenses and become enemies. Needless to say, the young man's words were indeed very reasonable, and it calmed the rage of many people. If you know who's going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then quickly say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Some people spoke impatiently. I don't know exactly who it is as well. The young man grunted once more as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by someone laughing in ridicule. I was wondering how capable you were. So it turns out that you're a fellow with no background. You're the one with a pig brain? You're the one with a pig brain, right? What a waste of my expression. With someone taking the lead, the group of people who were mocked by the young man earlier mocked him back one by one. Their words were not polite at all. Although I don't know exactly who those people are, I'm sure. They're from the foreign lands. Moreover, the reason they haven't made a move yet is because they want to threaten Duan Lingtian to return. They're not going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Sky Kingdom is just a bait for Duan Lingtian to take the bait. They want to use the lives of Duan Lingtian's family and friends to force Duan Lingtian to deliver himself to their doorstep. The young man ignored the mockery of the group of people and continued to speak. People from the foreign lands? What did Duan Lingtian do? Don't tell me he slept with the daughter of the leader of the foreign lands, and they brought people here to settle the score? That's really possible. Instantly, the topic of the group of customers in the restaurant changed one by one. They were all guessing how Duan Lingtian provoked the powerhouses from the foreign lands. Some said Duan Lingtian stole someone's treasure. Some said Duan Lingtian killed the illegitimate son of a foreign lands force and was hunted down by the foreign lands force. There were even more ridiculous ones. Some said Duan Lingtian slept with the wife and daughter of a foreign lands forces leader and was hunted down by the foreign lands forces leader to the Darkhan dynasty personally. They were discussing here, but they were completely unaware that the person they were talking about was sitting in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing the discussions in the restaurant, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again and again. It was as if he could not stop. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Could elder brother Duan be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect? Feng Tianwu heard everything and could not help but look at Duan Lingtian and ask curiously. It's hard to say. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. It was not only the people from Izumo sect who wanted to deal with him, but there were also people from North Nether sect and Anika sect who would not let him go. Therefore, it was possible that the person who wanted to bait him with the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was from any of the 3 second-rate forces. There's still 5 days. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up in 5 days, those people who want to force him out will start a massacre. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will be bathed in blood. The young man with a sinister appearance and feminine voice continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips in a slightly intoxicated manner. It'll definitely be an exciting scene. 5 days? The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the young man. His hands stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him up forcefully. For you. The young man's face turned green and white as he was lifted up by the neck. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had appeared before him like a ghost and restrained him with just a wave of his hand. At this moment, he had completely dispelled any thoughts of resistance. The fact that the other party could restrain him so easily and make him regain his senses after he was restrained showed that the other party's strength was far beyond his own. If he resisted stubbornly, he might even enrage the other party. If the other party killed him in a fit of rage, he would not be able to find a place to cry when he reached the Yellow Springs. The other two companions of the young man had grim expressions as well. They'd realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, and they retreated to the distance as they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. "Who am I?" Duan Lingtian sneered and looked around the restaurant. His gaze swept past the group of customers in the restaurant as he said word by word, "I'm the person all of you were talking about earlier." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. "He's Duan Lingtian? I was wondering when such a terrifying young powerhouse appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm a first-level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate, but I actually couldn't even catch his movements." The idiot that Duan Lingtian grabbed seemed to have said something about the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood would be an exciting scene. Chapter 1030. Most of the customers in the restaurant looked at the young man who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on their faces. In their opinion, this androgynous young man dared to say that the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be filled with blood in front of Duan Lingtian. He was undoubtedly digging his own grave. What? The young man's expression had already changed when he heard Duan Lingtian revealing his identity. Now that the gloating voices around him entered his ears, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. He only regained his senses after a long time. He looked at the purple-clad young man who lifted him up by the neck with fear in his eyes. In the beginning, he could not figure out why the purple-clad young man would target him like this. Now, he finally understood. All of this was because he had spoken rudely to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the young man in front of him was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had overcome all obstacles in his way. He was not even 30 years old, but he was already widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. "Why are Duan Lingtian?" The young man's voice was still feminine. However, there was a hint of fear in his voice now. It was the fear he felt when he faced Duan Lingtian. "You said that if I don't appear in front of those people in 5 days, they'll attack the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the young man with a gaze as sharp as a knife. If Duan Lingtian's gaze could kill, the young man would have died at this moment. As Duan Lingtian spoke, everyone, including Feng Tianwu, shifted their gaze to the young man. They were curious about this as well. Weiss. The young man whose neck was being choked by Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would choke him to death due to his unstable emotions. Therefore, he did not dare to hesitate as he replied, "Tell me everything you know." At some point, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal as he spoke unhurriedly. However, Duan Lingtian's calm voice sounded like the calm before the storm when it entered the ears of the young man who was lifted up by the neck. At some point, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his cheeks couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man with a sinister appearance and a feminine voice began to speak of everything he knew without holding back. Including why he knew these things, it turned out that he'd found out about all of this from a distant relative from the Darkstone Empire not long ago. 2 months ago, those people arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, intending to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom's safety to force me out. The Darkstone Empire and Darkstone Empire have already spread the news that those people want to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom to force me out? 2 months ago, those people threatened that they would only give me 2 months' time. If I still didn't appear after 2 months, they would annihilate the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's expression became increasingly gloomy. He did not expect this at all. The existence that was suspected to be one of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert had come to the Dark Han dynasty and the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. A dignified second-rate force in the foreign lands is actually so despicable, using my hometown as a hostage to force me out. A cold gleam flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that could reap the lives of others at any time. For a moment, the group of customers in the restaurant, other than Feng Tianwu and the young man who was being lifted up by the neck, retreated as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with panic in their eyes. They were really worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack them. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was younger than them. However, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was far from what his age could compare to. It caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. What a joke! 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian had killed the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect by himself, causing the Azure Forest Trisect to become a part of history. Not to mention that 2 years had passed, and no one knew how much Duan Lingtian's strength had grown to. Even the Duan Lingtian from 2 years ago was far from what they could deal with. Duan Lingtian, I've already told you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you, I beg you. The young man who realized the danger and had an extremely pale expression held his breath as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had finally recovered from his shock. At the same time, he looked at the young man who was being held by the neck and ceaselessly begging for mercy, and his gaze was extremely cold and indifferent. Some words, once spoken, you have to pay the price. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently with a calm tone that seemed as if it did not contain any emotions. But the people present could still hear the rage in Duan Lingtian's words. No! Just as the young man's pupils shrank and his expression changed greatly, Duan Lingtian suddenly released the young man's hand that was choking him. Immediately after, he moved as fast as lightning. His palm swept out as if it had the help of the gods and imprinted on the young man's lower abdomen. Bang! The young man did not have time to stabilize his body before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm and violently slammed into one of the walls of the restaurant. Wah! The young man was covered in blood. As he slid down the wall, his face flushed red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. You're so ruthless, so ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dantian. The young man's expression was blank for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a demon and let out a mournful roar. When the group of spectators heard this, their expressions changed and they looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. In this world where martial arts were respected and the strong were respected, crippling a person's cultivation was, to a certain extent, even more painful than killing them. This is the price you have to pay for speaking nonsense? Duan Lingtian's tone was cold. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the young man. Wu, let's go. Duan Lingtian did not even have time to eat before he called out to Feng Tianwu and disappeared into thin air before the group of spectators. Naturally, he did not really disappear into thin air. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the group of spectators in the restaurant to catch him. At the same time, the group of spectators in the restaurant only saw a red light flash before their eyes. The red-clad masked woman who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian earlier also disappeared into thin air. How fast? Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim with a shocked expression on his face. It's been 2 years. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian's strength has already broken through to the void interpretation stage. It was unknown who said this, but someone guessed. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people. Unfortunately, someone failed miserably. Not only did he speak ill of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he actually dared to do it in front of Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Doesn't he know that the Crimson Sky Kingdom is Duan Lingtian's hometown? Ha! Perhaps he never dreamed that Duan Lingtian was right beside him when he spoke of the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood. The group of spectators in the restaurant discussed with mockery and ridicule, and it entered the ears of the young man who had just been helped up by his two companions. Barf! For a moment he was angered to the point he spat out another mouthful of blood. His vision turned black as he fainted. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what happened in the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he left the small city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A figure flashed through the sky like a flame and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Soon, they were walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, are you going back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom now? Feng Tianwu had once returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Duan Lingtian, so it was easy to see that Duan Lingtian was heading in the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian did not deny it, but there seemed to be some haze between his brows. Crimson Sky Kingdom. That was his hometown in this life, and its importance in his heart was not inferior to that of Earth in his previous life. Although his parents had already left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were still many things he cared about in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Family and friends. In his previous life, he was unreachable. In this life, he could easily obtain them. No matter what, I will absolutely not let anything happen to them because of me. Otherwise, I will not be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. At this moment, numerous familiar figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tian Hu, Li Xian. There was also a group of elders who had helped him a lot in the past. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom really flowed with blood because of him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, he made a decision without the slightest hesitation. A decision of knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. Duan Lingtian was temporarily unable to predict the outcome of this decision. But he knew that this decision would definitely be extremely dangerous. I only hope that the Devil Seal tablet will not drop the ball at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. He had already made a crazy decision. At the critical moment, he would not hesitate to use the Devil Seal tablet to annihilate the people from the second-rate forces. However, when this thought arose in his mind, he was slightly uncertain in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened before he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet and killed the 6 great Void Transformation Stage Elders of Skywolf Fort in one go. He remembered. At that time, Ta Mu had blocked the attack of one of the Skywolf Fort Elders for him and died. He was completely enraged because of this. However, even though he was enraged with his strength at that time, not to mention taking revenge for Ta Mu, even protecting himself was a problem. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring acting strangely. When his consciousness touched the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring, a voice sounded. A voice seemed to enter his ears. It was a voice filled with temptation, a voice that originated from the demon's sealing tombstone. Let me out. I can give you endless power. Duan Lingtian could still remember that voice clearly even now. It was precisely because of that voice that he took out the Devil Seal tablet, and an extremely strange black energy emerged from the Devil Seal tablet. When his hand touched the Devil Seal tablet, the black energy began to merge into his body and even into his soul. Chapter 1031. Due to this reason, he could be said to have been devilified passively. If he had taken the initiative, he was not sure if the Devil Seal tablet would have cooperated or not. It was not that he did not think of trying it in private. However, it would be fine if he failed. If he succeeded, he would have to endure the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet again. He might even fall into a coma for a while. He still remembered that after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, not only did he run to the eastern district of the northern desert, but he was also unconscious for a long time. That time, he was lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. If it was someone else, they might have killed him out of greed for the spatial ring on his hand. The spatial ring would only recognize him as its owner if he was killed. If he tried to test the Devil Seal tablet in private and passed out, not to mention where he would run off to, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be in big trouble by the time he woke up. It doesn't matter if the Devil Seal tablet devilifies me or not. I must return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom this time. I'm the one who caused this trouble, so I should bear the responsibility alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he exuded the aura of an iron-blooded man. In the past, he had risked defending Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert, to kill Lei Zhong in front of everyone. He was already prepared to be hunted down by Izumo sect and had even thought of a way out. In order not to implicate the Five-Element sect, he even publicly announced that he was leaving the sect. As for his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never thought about it at all. Perhaps he subconsciously thought that second-rate forces like Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect would not bother with a small country like the Crimson Sky Kingdom that stood at the bottom of the food chain on Cloud Continent. However, it seemed like even second-rate forces in the foreign lands would do anything to achieve their goals. Now that it had happened, Duan Lingtian did not think about whether he regretted it or not. He only knew that what he had to do now was to get rid of this trouble. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life in exchange for the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A man should be brave enough to bear his own responsibility. If you're a man, you should protect your home. As a man, he shouldn't let his friends and family get hurt. Duan Lingtian was a man, an upright man. Therefore, he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With his stubbornness and pride, he returned with a straight back. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Imperial City. Within the inner city, the place that occupied the most space was undoubtedly the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. The current Imperial Palace was completely different from the Imperial Palace of the past. It was less lively and more dispirited. The guards standing everywhere were listless and dejected. Since the arrival of these 4 people 2 months ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the Emperor was placed under house arrest. Then, the Divine Might Marquis was also captured and locked up together with the Emperor. Subsequently, the young experts of the Shao clan, Shao Yu and Shao Sun, were captured one by one. It was even to the extent that even the Li clan disciple, Li Xian, who was in the faraway Aurora City, was captured. These people all had one thing in common. They had a close relationship with the commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian. In the current Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be said that there was no one who did not know about Duan Lingtian. Ever since the news of Duan Lingtian participating in the dynasty martial competition held by the Dark Han dynasty and obtaining first place spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a small kingdom. The most powerful person that appeared in its history only held an official position in the Darkstone Empire. It was not even related to the Dark Han dynasty. However, now that someone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom had become the #1 person in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty and was publicly acknowledged by the entire Dark Han dynasty, how could they not be excited? For a time, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, as long as they were parents, almost all of them would teach their children to be a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian in the future. As for the younger generation, each and every one of them took Duan Lingtian as their idol and took Duan Lingtian's current achievements as the goal they pursued in their lives. As for the middle-aged and elderly people, whenever Duan Lingtian was mentioned, they would give him a thumbs up and smile from ear to ear. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly become the spiritual pillar of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's citizens. However, just when Duan Lingtian's reputation was at its boiling point, 4 people from unknown origins came and asked Duan Lingtian to come out. Otherwise, they would start a massacre and annihilate the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most importantly, they had suppressed the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most powerful imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate. After the news spread, it caused the Crimson Sky Kingdom's citizens in the surrounding areas of the Imperial City to be in a state of panic. It had only been close to 2 months. If it was half a year, the news would definitely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and cause the citizens of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be in a state of panic. Divine Might Marquis estate, in the audience hall. What should we do now? Those 4 powerhouses are really too terrifying. Revered Elder Shao was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, but he was instantly killed by one of the middle-aged men. Most importantly, that person seemed to be the little follower of the sturdy old man in the lead. When a red-clad old man spoke up to this point, a heartfelt fear appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the old man who was sitting at the head of the table. "Senior Marquis, what should we do now? Tomorrow, not only will His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis be executed by them, I'm afraid even we won't be able to escape death." When the red-clad old man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with fear and anxiety. "You saw that person make a move. Based on your estimation, what level is he at?" The senior Marquis, who was the previous Divine Might Marquis, Soaring, asked solemnly. "I'm ashamed to say this. When he made a move, I didn't even have time to react, let alone see his movements. In my eyes, it was more like revered elder Shao fell silently." The red-clad old man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Even if it was an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, you wouldn't be unable to react even if you couldn't see his movements. It seems like that person is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Soaring said solemnly. "That's the only explanation. Moreover, since they're looking for trouble with little Tian, I'm sure they know little Tian very well." At this moment, the woman beside Soaring said with a solemn expression, "A few years ago, when the Dark Han dynasty held the martial competition, little Tian won first place with his cultivation base at the 9th level void initiation stage. Now, little Tian must have broken through to the void interpretation stage. They must know about all of this. Under such circumstances, they still dare to look for trouble with little Tian. Their strength is most likely at the void interpretation stage or above." The woman was Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Flying Rainbow sect. She who was originally in closed-door cultivation had just come out not long ago. When she found out that her son was imprisoned, she who was burning with anxiety immediately rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. She had just rushed back this morning. Void interpretation stage. Meng Ping's words were even more convincing. Not only did the red-clad old man's expression turn grim, even the expressions of the other middle-aged man and young man changed slightly. The middle-aged man was precisely the dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. He was also Duan Lingtian's teacher in Paladin Academy. The young man was precisely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior Marquis, Niefun. The current Niefun was like his name, burning with anxiety. "Grandmother, if they're really void interpretation stage experts, then wouldn't Father and His Majesty be finished?" Niefun said with an unsightly expression. As soon as Niefun said this, the audience hall fell into deathly silence. Unknowingly, Soaring and Meng Ping's eyes were filled with traces of mist. It was the mist that rose after their tears were evaporated by origin energy. The Divine Might Marquis Niyuan was their son. Their son was captured and was about to face a life and death crisis. As his parents, it was naturally impossible for them not to be anxious. Tomorrow is the day they make their move. The red-clad old man paced back and forth anxiously. "Until now, we still haven't received any news related to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian doesn't return, then not only His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis, but even we would be doomed. Little Tian might not be in the Dark Han dynasty now." Niefun laughed bitterly. "Even if he's in the Dark Han dynasty and knows of this matter. Unless he has the confidence to deal with those 4 people, otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to return." The red-clad old man laughed bitterly. "Impossible. Little Tian isn't such a person." Niefun spoke resolutely and decisively. From his words, he was extremely confident in Duan Lingtian's character. Noticing that the atmosphere had become slightly strange after he spoke, the old man recalled that besides him, everyone present had a deep relationship with Duan Lingtian. "I didn't mean that. What I meant was that perhaps he felt that it was useless even if he returned, so he didn't return. But he surely has the intention of taking revenge for us." The red-clad old man corrected himself. However, he soon realized that the other 4 people did not pay any attention to him. It was as though they did not hear him at all. Of course, the 4 of them did not intentionally ignore him. Their gazes were fixed behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as though they had discovered a new continent. "Who's there?" Curious, the old man turned around. With just a glance, he saw two people standing at the entrance of the main hall. There was a purple-clad young man who looked to be around 25 years old. The other was a red-clad young woman whose face was covered by a veil. However, from her brows, one could see that she was around 20 years old. "Who are you?" The old man frowned and asked in a deep voice. However, the two people at the entrance ignored him and walked into the main hall. Just when the old man was about to fly into a rage, a voice entered his ears. At the same time, it dispelled his thoughts and caused him to feel a lingering fear. Little Tian. Chapter 1032. Big Brother Nye. The people who walked into the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate were the travel-worn Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Fun and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Nye Fun, the son of the Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan, had taken care of him when he was young. He had always been grateful to Nye Yuan. This point didn't change just because he possessed the strength to look down upon everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man sitting at the head seat and the woman beside the old man. Little Tian, when did you return? The old man was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis, Nye Rong. Even though he was worried about his son's safety, he still had an incomparably brilliant smile on his face when he looked at the uninvited guest before him. Not only that, the senior marquis left his seat at the same time and warmly welcomed the guest. Meng Ping, who was originally standing beside him, followed up to welcome the guest, and she squeezed out a smile that contained a trace of bitterness. Little Tian, are you confident? Meng Ping went straight to the point. Seeing Duan Lingtian return in time, she could naturally guess that Duan Lingtian had come for the sake of those 4 experts. Those 4 experts were going to kill her son tomorrow and even annihilate the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was no coincidence that Duan Lingtian returned in time at such a sensitive time. As soon as Meng Ping said this, Nye Rong, Nye Fun, Sima, and the red-clothed old man all looked at Duan Lingtian. Teacher. After Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically to Meng Ping, he didn't answer her for the time being and instead looked at Sima as he greeted him. Meng Ping didn't mind when she saw this. Not only did she not mind, but her impression of Duan Lingtian increased greatly in her heart instead. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements and status, it was extremely rare for him to not forget his roots. Seeing Duan Lingtian take the initiative to greet him, Sima Changfeng was somewhat flattered. Even though he and Duan Lingtian were master and disciple when they were still at Paladin Academy, they weren't actually master and disciple. Today, Duan Lingtian's strength and achievements had left him far behind, but he still hadn't forgotten the friendship between them, and it caused his heart to be filled with warmth. Duan Lingtian, the thing I'm most proud of in my life isn't breaking through to the void-prying stage all those years ago, nor is it becoming the Dean of Paladin Academy. Instead, it's forming a relationship of master and disciple with you. Sima Changfeng took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he said with a serious face. Sima Changfeng's words came from the bottom of his heart, without a single word of falsehood. Although he was the Dean of Paladin Academy, he had never exposed his identity in front of the students. Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't care about Paladin Academy. On the contrary, he did his duty to Paladin Academy. For this reason, he didn't even hesitate to appear in Paladin Academy with the identity of an ordinary teacher. In the academy, besides the vice dean, no one knew of his true identity. He still remembered that year. He became the teacher of the new students as usual. When school had just started, a student that stood out like a crane among chickens appeared in his field of vision. At that time, he realized that this student wasn't simple and that his future accomplishments would be great. But as time passed, he realized that he'd still underestimated that student. That seemingly meek student had caused one enormous trouble after another in Paladin Academy. If that student had died because of revenge, he wouldn't have found it strange. But the result had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Not only did that student live well, he lived a more comfortable life than anyone else. Later on, the battle strategy that student displayed caused him to be even more ashamed. He knew that even if it was him, it was absolutely impossible for him to lead the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to occupy a border city guarded by the Southern Champion Kingdom's army without expending a single soldier. Master Xiang, hiding behind a curtain, strategizing, and annihilating the enemy with a casual chat. All of this was accomplished by that student. He originally thought that as the most outstanding student in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, that student would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future and expand the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But never had he imagined that. That student chose to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and even entered the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword sect. After that, shocking news entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered his ears, causing him to be shocked repeatedly. Annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilding the 7-Star Sword sect with his own strength. Participating in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition and obtaining first place, becoming the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty. Not yet 30 years old, but his cultivation had most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. That student of his was precisely the violet-clothed young man that stood before him, Duan Lingyan. Teacher, you're too kind. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. No matter what my current cultivation is or where I am, Duan Lingtian, you're my teacher for life. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression when he heard Sima Changfeng's emotional words that came from the bottom of his heart. Commander Duan is at a high position, yet you're able to not forget your roots. It's truly rare. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the red-clothed old man at the side had already finished speaking, and he flattered Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian look at him after hearing what he said, he instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This Commander Duan has finally noticed me? This Commander Duan was a great figure that had made a name for himself in the Dark Han Dynasty and had gone to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Commander Duan was delighted in his heart when he heard what the red-clothed old man said. Perhaps he would reward the red-clothed old man with 7 or 8 high-grade medicinal pills or even 1 or 2 high-grade spirit weapons. Commander Duan. When faced with Duan Lingtan, who looked over, the red-clothed old man had an indescribable feeling of excitement. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian rewarding him with medicinal pills and spirit weapons. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. Do I know you? Duan Lingtian glanced at the red-clothed old man nonchalantly and asked word by word. That one sentence alone caused the red-clothed old man's face to turn red. His gaping mouth could no longer make any sound. It was as though someone was strangling his throat tightly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping under the shocked gazes of the others. Grandma Meng, about that matter? I don't have any confidence. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was answering Meng Ping's earlier question. Meng Ping had previously asked if he had any confidence in dealing with the person who wanted to kill her son and destroy the Crimson Sky Kingdom tomorrow. Duan Lingtian's words were the truth. If he could take the initiative to ask the Devil Seal Tablet to devilify him, he was 100% confident. However, if he could not, it would be the opposite. He had no confidence at all. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of Meng Ping and the others, it caused their expressions to change. Even Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly when she realized what she was worried about was about to happen. Her elder brother Duan was going to take the risk to deal with the powerhouse from Izumo sect. The reason Feng Tianwu thought Izumo sect was looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian was because she knew Duan Lingtian had offended Izumo sect. If she knew Duan Lingtian had offended the second-rate force, North Nether sect, whose strength was not inferior to Izumo sect, at the same time, Anika sect might even make a move on him because they coveted the Emperor Stage Profundity fragment that might be in his possession. Perhaps she would not think that way. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not know which of the 3 major second-rate forces in the Northern Desert was looking for trouble with him. You don't have confidence? Then why did you come back this time? Meng Ping asked after taking a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Since they're looking for me, and I know about this matter, I can't possibly hide, right? If he hid, he would not be Duan Lingtian. Fool. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Nye Rong's expression changed immediately. For the first time, he shouted at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely shocked by Nye Rong's agitation. Little Tian, if you're not confident, then leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meng Ping took a deep breath again. She seemed to have made up her mind as she told Duan Lingtian. In fact, she knew very well in her heart. If Duan Lingtian did not show up tomorrow, the 4 powerhouses with unknown origins would definitely kill her son. However, she could not exchange Duan Lingtian's life for her son's life. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, she might have been imprisoned, let alone take over the Flying Hong sect. That was what she owed Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it wasn't only she who owed Duan Lingtian a favor, even her husband similarly owed Duan Lingtian a life. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian removing the poison of the dark nether mink for her husband, it would be impossible for her husband to live until now. This won't do. If he leaves, then we'll all die. The red-clothed old man's face went grim as he spoke in panic. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten how terrifying Duan Lingtian was before the threat of death. But unfortunately, even if he was hysterical, he was still completely disregarded by the others. Little to you leave? Nye Rong seemed to have instantly aged a few years as he sighed. As parents, how could they disregard the life and death of their children? But if it required Duan Lingtian's life in exchange for his son's life, then he was really unable to do it. Yeah, little Tian. If my father was here, he would surely not allow you to take such a risk. Even though Nye Fen was worried about his father's safety, he understood his father's character even more. Once his father knew that something had happened to Duan Lingtian because of him, his father would surely not be able to accept it. With his father's violent temper, even if he knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he would surely spare no expense to take revenge for him. At that time, his father would still be unable to escape death. Sima stood at the side and did not speak. With his position, it was indeed not good for him to say anything. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng, Big Brother Nye? Don't worry, I know what to do. Hearing the words of the 3 Nye clan members, Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm as he spoke with a light smile. After he finished speaking, before the 3 of them could react, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The 3 Nye clan members, Sima Chang Feng, and the red-clothed old man did not have time to react before Feng Tianwu vanished into thin air as well. From beginning to end, the 3 of them did not have time to react. Chapter 1033. Nye Rong and Meng Ping looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Only a martial artist at the void interpretation stage or above was capable of vanishing into thin air before their eyes, and it was impossible for them to capture the slightest trace of the martial artist. Moreover, the martial artist was not an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. Although they had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might have broken through to the void interpretation stage, they were still shocked when they saw it. When they saw it with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked. Especially when they realized Duan Lingtian was not just a martial artist at the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Little Tian. He's at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Nye Rong looked at his wife and asked through voice transmission. It was as though he wanted to prove his guess through his wife's mouth. He should be. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to come and go without a trace in front of me. Moreover, it's not just little Tian. Even the red-clad woman with a veil next to him should be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Meng Ping nodded. Her tone was solemn when she finished speaking through voice transmission. In that case, little Tian came back prepared this time? But why did he say he wasn't confident? Regarding this point, Nye Rong could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps little Tian knows about those 4 people and knows they're stronger than him. Meng Ping said, "Then what should we do now? If something happens to little Tian, I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life." Nye Rong's expression was grave. "Now, we can't interfere anymore. Based on what little Tian said before he left, it's obvious he has a plan that we can't interfere with. A bitter smile appeared on Meng Ping's face. Now, we can only hope he can deal with those 4 powerhouses who came from nowhere. Otherwise, not only our son, but even he would be doomed. Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures that were as fast as lightning dove into the Imperial Palace. Wherever they passed, they set off waves of evil wind and alerted many Imperial Palace guards. However, these Imperial Palace guards could only feel the wind. They could not see the 2 figures that were as fast as lightning. Elder Brother Duan, do you know where they're imprisoned? The 2 figures arrived at the depths of the Imperial Palace in just a blink of an eye. One of them could not help but ask the other in a soft and pleasant voice. It was a woman's voice. Just by the voice alone, one could tell it was a rare beauty. I don't know. But someone must know. The other person's voice was calm but magnetic as he replied. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, the person's figure, the Imperial Palace, lifted, a few guards in front of a few people, a few guards, who was stunned. When the guard came back to his senses and saw the person who had knocked out his companions, his eyes lit up and his cheeks began to tremble. He asked excitedly, "Your Commander Duan?" Duan, the person that attacked, was precisely Duan Ling Tian, who had snuck into the Imperial Palace after leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Tian's expression when he's Duan's, he's as a Duan. Commander Duan, perhaps you don't know me, but I know you. The guard had an excited expression as he said, that year, I was a student of Paladin Academy's Star General Department that was a few years older than you, and I'd once witnessed with my own 2 eyes how Commander Duan commanded the army of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to capture a border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom without expending a single soldier. That battle has already been recorded in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's all thanks to you that I was able to witness that part of history. The guard's voice started to tremble as he spoke. Commander Duan, after that battle, I've taken you as my idol. Idol? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He did not expect that a guard he casually left behind would not only recognize him, but even take him as his idol. A fiery red figure silently descended before Duan Lingtian. Currently, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face. The appearance of her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to cause everything around her to pale in comparison. However, even so, the guard only casually glanced at Feng Tianwu before looking at Duan Lingtian again. The excitement in his heart was difficult to conceal. I want to ask, do you know where the Divine Might Marquis and the others are being imprisoned? Duan Lingtian looked at the guard and his expression became extremely serious. Of course, it's fine if you don't know or don't want to tell me. However, I'll knock you out and ask someone else. I know. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the guard nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would get impatient from waiting. The Divine Might Marquis and His Majesty are being imprisoned in the Imperial Palace's dungeon. Dungeon? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but frown. He had been to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace many times. However, every time he came, he would go straight to the throne room to see the Emperor. Therefore, he did not know where the dungeon was. Commander Duan, I'll bring you there. The guard seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's dilemma and quickly said, I know where the dungeon is. You'll bring me there? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the guard to be so bold. After all, the Imperial Palace was no longer under the control of the former emperor. Instead, it was under the control of one of the powerhouses from the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert. Commander Duan, don't make fun of me. Actually, although the group of brothers in the Imperial Palace have surrendered, they're still on His Majesty's side in their hearts. Apart from being strong, those 4 people are a bunch of lunatics. They even said that if you don't show up tomorrow, not only will they kill His Majesty, the Divine Might Marquis, and the others, but they'll also kill us and everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The guard's face was filled with rage when he spoke up to this point. They're talking nonsense about annihilating a kingdom. They really think they're the judges who control life and death. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, bring us there. Duan Lingtian did not say much and spoke bluntly. All right. The guard hurriedly nodded and brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the west of the imperial palace. In the west, in a remote and dilapidated palace, there was a large number of soldiers guarding it. That's the dungeon. There's a stone slab in the center of the encirclement they've formed. If you lift the stone slab, you'll see a stone staircase that leads underground. The dungeon is at the bottom of the staircase. The guard hid at the side as he explained to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian nodded and swept his cold gaze across the guards guarding the dungeon. A murderous intent appeared on his face. In his opinion, these guards were usually fed by the emperor, but they were unreliable at critical moments. They helped outsiders imprison the emperor who provided them with food and drink. They were truly ungrateful people. These people deserve to be killed. Commander Duan, it's actually not easy for everyone. If they don't do as those 4 lunatics say, not only them, but even their entire families won't be able to escape death. The guard smiled wryly. What? The guard's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes gleamed coldly. Those people actually dared to threaten all of you like that? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely enraged. He really wanted to know which of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert was capable of doing such a thing. However, Duan Lingtian had an idea when he heard the guard's words. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly on the stone slab that led to the dungeon. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the sound of bodies falling to the ground reverberated in the air. It turned out that the 20-plus guards guarding the dungeon were all knocked out and defeated by Duan Lingtian. When the guard who was hiding at the side saw this, his eyes narrowed. In his eyes, Commander Duan, whom he admired the most, had disappeared before his eyes and reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the 20-plus guards had all fallen. What kind of technique was this? Among all the powerhouses I've seen in my life, apart from Commander Duan, I'm afraid only those 4 lunatics have such strength. Even a void-prying stage martial artist would find it difficult to do this. The guard muttered to himself solemnly. Soon after, his eyes narrowed again. This was because he noticed that the red-clothed girl who was originally standing beside him had disappeared before his eyes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, she appeared beside the purple figure in the distance. Subsequently, he saw the stone slab that blocked the entrance of the dungeon being lifted up. Both of them flew in together and disappeared before his eyes again. The girl, she actually has such terrifying strength. The guard's breathing could not help but quicken. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the dungeon as well. There were still some other guards in the dungeon. However, under their attacks, all of them were knocked out one by one without exception. In front of the 2 of them, these mere guards of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace were nothing. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived in front of a huge dungeon. Inside, there were 5 people sitting cross-legged. 2 middle-aged men and 3 young men were cultivating wholeheartedly with their eyes closed. They were completely oblivious to everything that was happening around them. Are we in a dungeon? Duan Lingtian did not wake the 5 of them up for the time being. His eyes scanned the dungeon, and soon, he saw a plate filled with fine wine and delicacies that was not far away from the 5 of them. Even the prison cell that the 5 of them were in was shockingly clean. It could be described with the word spotless. Looks like that guard was right. These guards are not sincerely working for those few people. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Li Xian. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on one of them. It was a fatty. Moreover, it was a fatty that he was very familiar with. That fat face and that figure were the same as before. Those fellows really put in a lot of effort. Even Li Xian, who was far away in Aurora City, was captured by them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Right at this moment, Li Xian's fat face trembled as if he had noticed something. He opened his small eyes. Chapter 1034. Boss. Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian in front of him. He flew out and directly gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. I knew you would definitely come back to save me. Scram. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had fallen into a pile of fat when he was hugged by Li Xian. It was squeezing him to the point that he could not breathe. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and slapped Li Xian's chubby body away. Boss, look at me. I've been captured from Aurora City and sent here to be imprisoned. I'm already so pitiful, yet you still have the heart to do this to me? Li Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a bitter expression after he was slapped away and stood in front of the inner wall of the prison cell. However, looking at his face, where was the slightest bit of pitifulness? Duan Lingtian had slapped Li Xian away skillfully. He steadily sent Li Xian far away without causing any harm to him. Li Xian was his brother. Naturally, he would not really attack him. You're pitiful? From what I see, you don't look like you're here to be imprisoned. Instead, you look like you're here to enjoy yourself. Duan Lingtian glanced at the fine wine and delicacies that the guards had prepared for Li Xian and said snappily, He. Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian, then he laughed slyly. Boss. This is all thanks to His Majesty the Emperor and Uncle Nye. Of course, your contribution is the greatest. Me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Li Xian nodded like a chick pecking on rice. Boss, I'm afraid you don't know. Most of the people guarding us regard you as their idol. After knowing that I'm your brother, they'll do whatever I ask of them at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he heard this. Then, he turned around and looked at the guards that he and Tianwu had knocked out lying on the ground. Did I hit them a little too hard? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Xian also noticed the group of guards lying outside the cell. His small eyes flashed as he exclaimed, Boss, you didn't kill them, did you? In fact, they also had their own difficulties. Moreover, they have never mistreated us. We only knocked them out. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Tianwu said to Li Xian. When she had followed Duan Lingtian back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, she had also followed him back to Aurora City and met Li Xian along the way. She knew that Li Xian and Duan Lingtian had a close relationship. That's good, that's good. Sister-in-law, why did you come back with my boss? My boss alone is enough to deal with those clowns. If you were to be injured because of me, then I, Li Xian, would have committed a great sin. Li Xian squinted his small eyes and forced a flattering smile on his chubby face as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. When she heard Li Xian call her sister-in-law again, Feng Tianwu's drop-dead gorgeous face flushed slightly, yet she didn't have the intention to deny it. Don't underestimate those people, they're extremely strong. When Feng Tianwu reached the end of her sentence, the blush on her face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. How could a person from a second-rate force be an ordinary person? So what if they're strong? They're all useless in front of my boss. Li Xian said nonchalantly. In his eyes, his boss was invincible. No one could compare to him. Slap. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of his head. Who hit me? Li Xian shouted angrily. His chubby face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. However, when he turned around and saw the person who had slapped him, he could not help but gulp. Fatty, you still want to be my boss? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xian with a faint smile on his face. The frost on Li Xian's face disappeared when he saw that the person who had slapped him was Duan Lingtian. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but shiver. At the same time, he said with a flattering expression, Boss, you must have heard wrongly. You must have heard wrongly. Heard wrongly? Are you sure? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more sinister. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. When Li Xian saw this, he realized that this matter would not be so easily covered up. He immediately said with a sullen expression, You're my boss. You're my boss, okay? Who wants to be your boss? Duan Lingtian only wanted Li Xian to lower his head. He did not expect Li Xian to say such a thing. He was speechless. If the fifth elder hears about this, he'll definitely break your legs. Unexpectedly, Li Xian did not care when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He'll have to be able to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian was speechless again. That was right. The current Li Xian was so strong that he had already surpassed his father, Li Ting, the fifth elder of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Little Tian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a series of low voices sounded. The divine might marking Ye Yuan, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun woke up one by one. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were instantly taken aback. Uncle Nye, your majesty. After Duan Lingtian greeted Nye Yuan and the emperor, he looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. He smiled and nodded as a greeting. His friendship with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun was built when they were young. A glance and a gesture were enough to explain everything. There was no need to make it too complicated. Little Tian, those four fellows seem to be very troublesome. How did you offend them? Nye Yuan asked. There was no blame in his words. He was just curious. When Nye Yuan finished speaking, everyone, except for Feng Tianwu, looked at Duan Lingtian without blinking. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer. I still don't know which force they're from, so I don't know how I offended them. Duan Lingtian said truthfully. Currently, there was no martial artist in the 10 great dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty, who was a match for him. In the northern desert, he had offended some of the 3 major forces. However, those forces would not seek revenge with such fanfare. Unless they wanted to offend the 5-element sect. The current 5-element sect was no longer the same as before. Not only did they obtain the profundity fragment, but they were also about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse. Even without the profundity fragment, Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could also become a martial monarch powerhouse if he was given enough time. In the future, the 5-element sect would have 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Due to this reason, the current 5-element sect was far from what an ordinary third-rate force could compare to. The 5-element sect that was about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse could already be considered as a quasi-second-rate force. It was enough to deter third-rate forces. Therefore, only the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert were left. If the people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to avenge their disciples. If the people from Anika sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to kill him and snatch his treasures. Duan Lingtian still did not know which force came looking for trouble with him with such fanfare. Therefore, he really did not know how he offended them. Duan Lingtian, you didn't just offend one force? The corner of Xiao Sun's mouth could not help but twitch. The others were also silent for a while. When they came back to their senses, they all smiled bitterly. Only now did they remember that Duan Lingtian was not a well-behaved person when he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now that he was outside, he was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. Naturally, it was impossible for him to lose his conscience. Let's go. Duan Lingtian changed the topic and called out to the 5 people who were imprisoned. He and Feng Tianwu led them out of the dungeon. They all stepped into the air and headed straight out of the palace. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and vast and shapeless energy surged out to twine around Nye Yuan and the other 4, guiding them to transform into numerous bolts of lightning that flashed out of the palace in the blink of an eye. None of the guards in the palace could see their figures. So fast. Nye Yuan and the other 4 people, who were being led by Duan Lingtian, were all staring with eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha! Boss, I knew you're the best. Li Xian laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. How many years has it been? Duan Lingtian has actually grown to such an extent. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor's pupils constricted, and an expression of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had already made it difficult for them to have the heart to compare with him. But today, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed made them realize that they were destined to only be able to look up to Duan Lingtian in this lifetime. Little Tian, good job. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable strength now, Nye Yuan was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. The woman, who was like a fire spirit, closely followed Duan Lingtian and the 5 people who were being led out of the palace by Duan Lingtian. Everywhere they passed, waves of scorching aura spread out and engulfed the earth. Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared. Almost at the same time, a voice that was as loud and clear as a large bell seemed to come from all directions. It came from afar and neared, and it clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boss, it's this guy who captured me from Aurora City. Li Xian recognized the voice at the first moment, and he spoke while gnashing his teeth. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a serious expression and said via voice transmission, Tianwu, take them away. That person's target is me. He won't chase after you. Elder brother Duan, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly changed. But when she saw Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze sweep over, her heart trembled for no reason. As far as she could remember, this was the first time her elder brother Duan had spoken to her in such a manner. Immediately, Feng Tianwu, who was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angry, clenched her jade teeth and didn't dare to hesitate. She took Nie Yuan and the others from Duan Lingtian's hands and led them out of the palace at lightning speed. At the same time, a swift whistling sound could be heard. 2 figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight at the same time. To be more precise, one of them brought the other person over. Elder Zhong, if I didn't leak the information this time, Duan Lingtian might have escaped with Nie Yuan and the others. Chapter 1035. The person who spoke was an old man in red. His words were filled with the intention of taking credit. Humph. When the middle-aged man heard the old man's words, he snorted coldly and asked in disdain, Why? Are you worried that our Izumo sect will mistreat you? Of course not. The old man in red shook his head in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, although he had never heard of this Izumo sect before. However, in his opinion, since the Izumo sect was a sect that had 4 powerhouses at the void interpretation stage or above, it would not be a simple sect. If the Izumo sect's elder, the middle-aged man, knew what the old man in red was thinking, he would be so angry that he would slap him and send him flying. Void interpretation stage? Even the more outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were already at the void transformation stage. A mere void interpretation stage martial artist was nothing in the Izumo sect. Izumo sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. Although he was mentally prepared, he knew that the person who came to find trouble with him was from one of the 3 great second-rate forces. However, when he confirmed that the other party was from Izumo sect, he could not help but feel a strong killing intent rising in his heart. When he killed the 2 most outstanding young people in Izumo sect, he was already prepared to offend Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. Otherwise, he would not have been so merciless when he faced Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. If Izumo sect only hunted him down, he would have accepted it wholeheartedly even if he was killed because he was no match for them. However, Izumo sect threatened him with the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Such behavior was despicable. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the red-clad old man next to the Izumo sect's elder seriously for the first time. It was the same red-clad old man he had seen in the Divine Might Marquis estate today. The revered elder of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. At that time, he and Feng Tianwu had appeared in the Divine Might Marquis estate's main hall. They had hidden in the main hall to satisfy their craving. At that time, he had heard the red-clothed old man's words. When the red-clothed old man spoke, there was a trace of fear in his voice, and his attitude was wavering. Because of this, he didn't really like the red-clothed old man and didn't give him any face. Now, it seemed that what he had done was not wrong. The red-clad old man was not worthy of Xiao Chen's friendly treatment. He was just an opportunist. Ruined. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold without any reason. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a hurricane as he rushed towards Izumo sect's elder Zhong. His speed was even faster than lightning. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Duan Lingtian who was flying towards him, Izumo sect's elder Zhong coldly snorted. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. However, what happened in the next moment caused his pupils to constrict. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Just as Duan Lingtian charged towards Izumo-sek's elder Zhong and successfully attracted his attention, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately performed his sword skill. In an instant, 9 divine dragons flew out. However, their target was not Izumo-sek's elder Zhong, but the red-clothed old man. Bush, 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 bush. Rays of extreme radiant light shot out from the eyes of the 9 divine dragons. It was as though they had the help of the gods. In an instant, 18 bloody holes were left on the red-clothed old man's vital points. Blood continued to spurt out from the wounds, leaving behind a trail of blood that seemed to have formed a small stream on the ground. Boom! Before Izumo-sek's elder Zhong could react, the red-clothed old man had fallen to the ground and died. From the beginning until the end, the red-clothed old man did not react in time. Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Seeing Duan Lingtian kill the red-clothed old man right under his nose, Izumo-sek's elder Zhong still felt that his dignity was being challenged by Duan Lingtian even though he did not care about the red-clothed old man's life or death. All of a sudden, he could only feel the anger building up in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had killed the red-clothed old man, happened to look at Izumo-sek's elder Zhong. He stared back at him fearlessly. Between the two of them, their gazes that were as sharp as sabers and swords continued to collide, causing intense sparks to fly. A great battle was about to break out. Bush, bush, bush. Just as Izumo-sek's elder Zhong was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, 3 figures appeared next to and in front of him soundlessly. 2 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man, stood side by side with him. The appearance of the last person in front of him caused him to respectfully take a few steps back. This was a robust old man. His eyes seemed to be dim and lusterless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. The robe on his body fluttered without the presence of wind. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, giving off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Bush, bush, bush. Numerous figures seemed to appear out of thin air in the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall, alarming Nie Rong, Meng Ping, and Nie Fun, who had been waiting inside since a long time ago. Father, Mother, this unfilial son has returned. I've made all of you worry. A loud and clear voice sounded, completely breaking the silent atmosphere in the hall. It was Divine Might Marquis Yuan, who had just been sent back by Feng Tianwu. He knelt in front of Nie Rong and Meng Ping as he spoke emotionally. He originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, who would have thought that an unforeseen event would suddenly occur the day before? Duan Lingtian would appear and rescue him. The contrast between life and death made him feel as though he had fallen from heaven to hell and then back to heaven from hell. It was so stimulating that he almost went crazy. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Meng Ping's face was filled with joy when she saw Nie Yuan's return. She did not even think about how Nie Yuan managed to escape this time. All she knew was that her son had survived, and she no longer had to suffer the pain of having to send off her son. Your Majesty! Compared to Meng Ping, who was overwhelmed with joy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's old Marquis Rong was exceptionally calm. He looked at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, who appeared together with Nie Yuan, and greeted him. Greetings, old Marquis. The emperor quickly returned the greeting, not daring to be negligent at all. In terms of seniority, he and the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan were of the same generation. The old Marquis, Nie Rong, was Nie Yuan's father. In front of the old Marquis, he was a junior. In terms of merit in the past, when the old Marquis was expanding the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory, he was still a young boy who idolized the old Marquis. In terms of personal relationship, the old Marquis had contributed a lot to him being able to successfully ascend the throne. If it was not for the old Marquis's help, perhaps he would have been killed by his half-brothers who shared the same father. For this reason, he still owed the old Marquis his life. Due to this reason, even though he was now an emperor, he did not dare to put on the airs of an emperor in front of the old marquis. "How did all of you escape? Where's little Tian?" Nie Rong asked curiously. As soon as his words left his mouth, he looked at the red-clad lady standing at the side with a gloomy expression on her face. It was Feng Tianwu. Before the others could answer, Feng Tianwu, who had a trace of anxiousness between her brows, had already said, "Since I've sent all of you back, I can leave now that I've succeeded." As soon as her words left her mouth, Feng Tianwu said in her heart, "Elder brother Duan, wait for me." With just a thought, Feng Tianwu disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the sky above the imperial palace, Duan Lingtian looked up and down at the sturdy old man not far away. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The old man stood there, giving him a feeling that he could not see through him. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, and his heart skipped a beat. A martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he still had the ability to discern. "You're Duan Lingtian?" As Duan Lingtian had guessed, the sturdy old man who was looking at Duan Lingtian was the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect. He was also the only supreme elder of Izumo sect. In the northern desert, he was as famous as the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and North Nether sect. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a mixture of bloodthirst and bone-chilling hatred in the depths of his eyes. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. He was neither happy nor angry, neither servile nor overbearing. Now, he had also guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. There was only one martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. "You're the one who killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong?" The sturdy old man, Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him personally. The moment his words left his mouth, a powerful aura extended from his body and shrouded Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, although his aura was powerful, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the 7th level void transformation, so he was immune to the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he knew a lot about martial monarchs. He was not afraid of the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse at all. "That's right." Faced with Tong Shan's question, Duan Lingtian did not evade. Instead, he admitted frankly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The other 3 people from Izumo sect felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian admitting to killing Lei Zhong in front of their supreme elder without any hesitation. "This Duan Lingtian is dead meat. I'm afraid the supreme elder won't be able to hold himself back any longer." When the 3 people from Izumo sect thought Duan Lingtian was doomed, Tong Shan finally regained his composure. Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, finally regained his senses and made his move. His robe billowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of cold eyes. His eyes were dull, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. It was as though he was looking at a dead man instead of a living person. Perhaps, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian would become a dead man soon. Boom! The origin energy on Tong Shan's body skyrocketed as though it had transformed into a milky white flame that soared into the sky and enveloped his entire body. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and soon gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as though they were telling how terrifying the origin energy on Tong Shan's body was. His origin energy alone is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. First level martial monarch stage. Chapter 1036. Although Duan Lingtian knew the sturdy old man before him was a martial monarch powerhouse, he was still taken aback when he saw the old man's origin energy at the martial monarch stage. "Duan Lingtian, from the moment you killed Lei Zhong, your fate was already sealed. I'll send you to the netherworld and become Lei Zhong's slave." Tong Shan's thunderous voice swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace in just a blink of an eye, shocking everyone in the imperial palace. "D Commander Duan is back?" Everyone in the imperial palace who was shocked had a worried expression on their faces. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Most of them had never met Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian, who had skyrocketed in recent years, had become the representative of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had become the idol of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom went out, even if they were facing the people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or the Darkstone Empire, all they had to do was say, Duan Lingtian is from our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the other party would look at them with envy and jealousy. Every time that happened, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had become the pillar of support for most people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Therefore, it was only natural that many people would be worried about Duan Lingtian when he was in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. This was because he saw it. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the milky white flame on his body turned into a fiery red color. The flame soared into the sky, making Tong Shan look like a gigantic flaming beast. The fiery red mane on the gigantic beast fluttered in the wind. Its mouth was wide open as if it would attack at any time. The heaven and earth energy stirred above Tong Shan's head. Another 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were triggered by the first-level martial monarch stage's origin energy. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. All of a sudden, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Tong Shan's head, wriggling as they descended. Their momentum was so great that it gave off an invisible pressure. However, all of this did not stop because of this. Bolts of lightning soon appeared around the flames on Tong Shan's body. Many solid saber auras followed him like shadows and connected with the flames in an ingenious manner. At once, another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. These 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in two waves, 1,000 silhouettes each. 9th level advanced thunder concept. 9th level advanced saber concept. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tong Shan's head. However, he was not surprised. After all, if a powerhouse at the peak of the void had only comprehended two 9th level void transformation concepts, it would be difficult for him to comprehend the monarch stage profundity that was unique to martial monarchs. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Qi Yu, the peak master of the 5-element Sexwood Peak, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended two 9th level void transformation concepts at the same time. Water and fire restrained each other and would create a great resistance to each other. Under that resistance, one of them could easily be upgraded to the monarch stage profundity in one fell swoop. At that time, his cultivation base would break through to the martial monarch stage. For a martial artist at the peak of the void like Qi Yu, it was almost certain that he would break through to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. When the time was right, success would follow naturally. It was obvious that Tong Shan was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended three 9th level void transformation concepts in the past. Under the pressure of the other two concepts, his fire concept was the first to complete its transformation. It transformed into the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. The strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons was the strength that Tong Shan demonstrated without using any spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon, his strength would definitely be even more powerful. A martial monarch powerhouse like Tong Shan might not have a grade 1 spirit weapon since he was from a third-rate force in the foreign lands. However, he still had a grade 2 spirit weapon. A grade 2 spirit weapon would usually provide a strength boost of 77% to 78%. With Tong Shan's origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons, the strength boost would be more than 1,500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Tong Shan's strength was equivalent to more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons when he used his grade 2 spirit weapon. What did it mean to have the strength of more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons? Even Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 5th level advanced sword concept because of the word sword that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, left on Cloud Continent. However, even if he used his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and used all his techniques, his strength was only equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons. His 6th level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword provided a strength boost of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 1st level advanced thunder concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 3rd level advanced wind concept and the 3rd level advanced fire concept were equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons respectively. After the fire concept was boosted by the wind concept, the fire concept would have an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 5th level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. This was all the strength Duan Ling Tian could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all. The strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Naturally, it was not accurate to say that he did not hold back at all. After all, the earth concept could communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. With the earth concept that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended, the earth energy that he could borrow from the earth was equivalent to the strength of 50 ancient horned dragons. However, Duan Ling Tian was currently high up in the sky, so he could not borrow the earth energy at all. Not only now. Even during normal times or in the future. Unless it was in an environment like the Qing Feng Emperor Wu's secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu, nobody would easily fight with a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept on the ground. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. Tong Shan, who had 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above his head, stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he said word by word. What's the use of being afraid of death? Duan Ling Tian asked back. You're really stubborn. I've changed my mind. I still want to kill you, but before I do, I'll cripple your dandon and let you watch as I cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll let you watch as your legs and hands turn into fleshless skeletons. As long as you pass out, I'll wake you up until you bleed out and die slowly. Tong Shan's eyes gleamed coldly as a wicked smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said slowly. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the 3 Izumo sect's elders standing behind him could not help but shudder. Just the thought of the scene described by the Supreme Elder sent chills down their spines, let alone those who were going to experience it. For a moment, the 3 of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. Looks like the Supreme Elder is really angry this time. I can't believe the Supreme Elder has such a bloody and brutal side to him. I didn't see it in the past. The 3 Izumo sect's elders secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with fear. As for Duan Ling Tian, his expression could not help but change when he heard Tong Shan's words. Cripple his dandon and let him watch his flesh being cut off piece by piece? What? Are you scared? Do you regret it now? When Tong Shan noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's expression, he could not help but sneer. You should have expected this when you killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong. Scared? Regret? Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. His expression quickly regained its calmness as he looked at Tong Shan coldly. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Before I killed Lei Zhong, I already knew he was from Izumo sect. I even knew he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse like you. Duan Ling Tian said calmly, if I was scared and regretful, do you think I would have killed him? Idiot. When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Ling Tian quickly spat out 2 words while Tong Shan and the 3 Izumo sect's elders were stunned. At the same time, he glanced at Tong Shan in disdain. This Duan Ling Tian called the Supreme Elder an idiot? I didn't hear wrongly, right? One of the Izumo sect's elders asked hesitantly through voice transmission as he looked at his 2 companions next to him. You didn't hear wrongly. The other Izumo sect's elder shook his head. At this moment, he could feel his scalp going numb. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian doesn't want to die fast enough? Perhaps he's afraid that he won't die fast enough. After all, If he really does what the Supreme Elder said, Duan Lingtian will be sliced into 1,000 pieces. At that time, without his cultivation base, he'll be begging for death. The last Izumo sect's elder voiced his opinion. At once, the other two nodded their heads and felt that it made sense. At the same time, Tongshan, who was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill Duan Lingtian, snorted coldly to vent his anger. Duan Lingen, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Since you want a quick death, I won't let you have a quick death. Tongshan looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. Today, no matter how you enrage me, I won't change my mind. I'm going to cripple your cultivation and let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece. Upon hearing Tongshan's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Tongshan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you really think that I called you an idiot because I wanted to enrage you and make you kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered with killing intent in his eyes. After he glanced at the 3 Izumo sect's elders who were looking at him, he finally looked at Tongshan again. Chapter 1037. Who's going to kill who? Tongshan was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and mocked. Who do you think you are to say that to me? In Tongshan's opinion, in the entire northern desert, only the 2 old men from North Nether sect and Anika sect had the right to speak to him in such a manner. Both of them were not inferior to him in terms of strength. However, Duan Lingtian was the one who said those words. He could not deny that Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were not bad. If Duan Lingtian managed to survive, it was not impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage in the future and become a martial monarch powerhouse like him. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to fight him now. It was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to surpass them. Haha. The moment Tongshan's words left his mouth, the 3 Izumo sect elders behind him could not help but laugh out loud as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This Duan Lingtian dares to say he's going to kill the Supreme Elder? Although he didn't say so directly, that's exactly what he meant. What a joke. He's just a young boy who's not even 30 years old. Even if his cultivation base and innate talent are good, it's still impossible for him to fight the Supreme Elder. The 3 Izumo sect elders discussed among themselves. They mocked Duan Lingtian as much as they could. They would not believe that Duan Lingtian could kill their Izumo sect's Supreme Elder even if they were beaten to death. Their Izumo sect's Supreme Elder was at the martial monarch stage. A young man who was not even 30 years old could kill a martial monarch powerhouse? Who would believe this if they told others? You'll find out soon enough whether he's worthy or not. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to find out in your lifetime. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Tongshan and the 3 Izumo sect elders' mockery. He stared at Tongshan calmly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth when he reached the end of his sentence. Then I'll first destroy your dantian and cripple your cultivation. I want to see if you can still be as confident as you are now when you lose your cultivation base. Tongshan's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he lost control of his emotions. As the power in his body surged, his figure flashed and dashed toward Duan Lingen. In just a blink of an eye, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons covered the sky and earth as they charged toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Boom! A moment later, Tongshan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and slapped out, causing the airflow in the air to spread out, forming circles of clearly visible ripples. It was as if he had the help of the gods. He pressed his palm against Duan Lingtian's dantian. He wanted to destroy Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Seeing that Tongshan's palm was about to succeed, a shout came out of nowhere and broke the temporary silence. Elder Brother Duan. A moment ago, a figure that looked like a fire elf appeared in the sky above the imperial palace again. It was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had just rushed back from the Divine Might Marquis estate. As soon as Feng Tianwu returned, she saw Tongshan appearing in front of Duan Lingtian out of thin air. Although she could not see Tongshan's movements, she could not see it clearly. When she saw Tongshan appearing in front of her elder brother Duan, She could guess that something was going to happen to her elder brother Duan. A hint of panic appeared on her beautiful face immediately. However, in the next moment, the panic on her face disappeared completely. This was because she saw a talisman shot out from her elder brother Duan's hand. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to recall the past again. She had once witnessed her big brother Duan killing Zhao Ming, who was comparable to a martial monarch expert with a talisman in a single blow. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Ming was killed by a talisman in just one move. Due to this reason, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the talisman shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Lin. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's shout entered her ears. She did not need to look to know what was going to happen next. The outcome was just as Feng Tianwu had expected. As Duan Lingtian spat out the word Lin, the talisman that shot out from his hand turned into dust and flew with the wind. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, Tong Shan, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner, continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. However, his speed had slowed down. Duan Lingtian moved his body and easily dodged Tong Shan, who was charging at him menacingly. At the same time, a strange scene unfolded. Duan Lingtian dodged to the side, but Tong Shan did not slow down at all as he continued to charge forward. His head drooped, and blood spurted out from between his brows as though it was free. At the same time, the origin energy that had merged with one profundity and two concepts in Tong Shan's body dissipated completely. When Tong Shan's body fell, everyone could see it clearly. There was a bloody hole in between Tong Shan's brows. It was a hideous bloody hole. The bloody hole penetrated from between his brows all the way to the back of his head. Blood was spurting out from both sides. After a while, the blood seemed to have stopped spurting out. Tong Shan's body fell rapidly. Soon after, he landed on the ground of the imperial palace with a loud thud and turned into a pile of minced meat. He could not be any more dead. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. The Grand Elder is dead? I'm not dreaming, am I? Duan Lingtian killed the Grand Elder? How did he do it? As the three Izumo sect elders muttered to themselves, they looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The Grand Elder was a martial emperor and the most powerful person in Izumo sect. How could such a powerful person be killed in the blink of an eye? Just when the three Izumo sect's elders were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble, Duan Lingtian flew out as though he had transformed into a purple lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Tong Shan's body and lifted his hand to take Tong Shan's spatial ring. No matter what, Tong Shan was a martial emperor. He must have kept a lot of good stuff in his spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian went to take Tong Shan's spatial ring, the three Izumo sect elders regained their senses. They looked at each other hastily and turned to flee. What a joke! Even someone as powerful as their Izumo sect's supreme elder, who was at the martial monarch stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian. They had no idea how Duan Lingtian did it. However, in their opinion, they would only die if they continued to stay. In the blink of an eye, the three Izumo sect elders disappeared into the horizon as though they had never appeared. For the sake of survival, they resolutely abandoned the supreme elder of their Izumo sect and left the supreme elder's corpse to fend for itself. Elder brother Duan Lingtian had just glanced at the backs of the three Izumo sect elders when a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Duan Lingtian didn't have to think to know whose voice it was. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian rose into the air and arrived next to Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Where's Uncle Nye and the others?" "I've sent them back to the Divine Might Marquis estate." Feng Tianwu replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he glanced in the direction where the three Izumo sect elders left and secretly sighed in relief. Earlier, he had used the last talisman his cheapskate father gave him to kill Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse in Izumo sect. It was also his last life-saving talisman. After Tong Shan's death, if the other three Izumo sect elders were to seek revenge on him in a fit of rage, he would definitely die. Although his current strength was not bad, he did not dare to claim that he could defeat the 3 Izumo sect elders. Since the 3 of them were able to follow Tong Shan, there must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void among them. There might even be more than one. A powerhouse at the peak of the void could be considered as a rare existence among the third-rate forces in the foreign lands. However, it was only considered as ordinary among the second-rate forces. The reason why a second-rate force was called a second-rate force was because there was a martial emperor powerhouse in the force. It was the same vice versa. A second-rate force without a martial emperor powerhouse could not be considered a second-rate force no matter how many powerhouses at the peak of the void they had. At most, it could only be considered as a slightly stronger third-rate force. Just like the future Izumo sect. Now that Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse, had died, Izumo sect was destined to decline. Izumo sect would only be able to continue its glory if another martial emperor powerhouse was born. I guess I made the right bet this time. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a deep breath as he muttered to himself with a wry smile on his face when he recalled the scene earlier. Elder brother Duan, what did you make the right bet? Feng Tianwu's hearing was extraordinary. It was easy for her to hear Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The talisman I used to kill Tong Shan earlier. Tianwu, do you know that's the last talisman I have? Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. He did not hide anything from Feng Tianwu. What? Feng Tianwu was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Elder brother Duan, why you purposely scared the 3 Izumo sect elders away earlier? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and did not deny it. Since the beginning, when he had rushed back from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had thought of using the Devil Seal tablet many times. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. Moreover, the reason he thought of using the Devil Seal tablet was not because he wanted to deal with the martial emperor powerhouses from one of the 3 great second-rate forces, but because he wanted to deal with the group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the second-rate forces. After all, he only had one talisman left in his possession. Originally, he had planned to use the talisman to kill Tong Shan before using the Devil Seal tablet to devilify himself and kill the remaining 3 Izumo sect elders. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he thought of another method. It was the method he had put into action earlier. He would create an atmosphere and kill Tong Shan with the talisman at the most appropriate time. At that time, the remaining 3 Izumo sect elders would definitely be scared out of their wits and run away. Duan Lingtian. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You must be familiar with this saying, right? Chapter 1038. The sudden voice caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change instantly. Even if it was Feng Tianwu, her extremely beautiful face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of nations, couldn't help but slightly change color at this moment. This voice sounds familiar. Who is it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the sky where the voice came from. His brows were tightly knitted together. He could not recall where he had heard this voice before. When Duan Lingtian saw 3 figures appearing out of thin air in the sky, his face turned completely grave when his eyes landed on one of the 2 people behind them. Zuoyu. At this moment, it seemed as though only the young man in the distance remained in the world in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the young man that had once fled under his nose. The strongest person among the young generation in Anika sect, Zuoyu. He still remembered. After entering the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace left behind by Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he, Zuoyu, and the strongest person among the young generation in North Nether sect, Su Qing, had successfully passed the test and entered the central area of the 4th level. In the beginning, Zuoyu and Su Qing had joined forces to kill him. When his life was in danger, he unintentionally activated the inscription formation on the 4th level. After successfully distracting the 2 of them, he was lucky enough to survive. After he survived, he consumed a spirit fruit that was a reward for passing the test on the 4th level before Zuoyu and Su Qing discovered him. His cultivation base successfully broke through. After his cultivation base broke through, he killed Su Qing, who wanted to kill him and steal the spirit fruit in just one blow. Just when he was about to continue to kill Zuoyu, The origin energy in his body was in a mess due to his cultivation base breaking through again. It caused him to suffer quite a lot of internal injuries, and he could not chase after Zuiyu at that moment. Zuiyu, who was supposed to die in his hands, managed to survive because of this. After Zuiyu escaped, Duan Lingtian knew that he would be a huge trouble. This was because not only would Zuiyu spread the news that he had killed Su Qing, but he would also spread the news that he was the only one who could ascend to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace and obtain the profundity fragment in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. He's finally here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that what he was worried about was happening when he saw Zuiyu following behind a mysterious old man. This old man's strength is probably not inferior to Tong Shan. Tong Shan was the one and only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect whom he had just killed with the last talisman left behind by his cheapskate father. He should be the martial monarch powerhouse from Annika sect. Zuiyu's master. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. In front of Tong Shan, he was able to remain calm because he knew what he was doing. He had the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father, so it was not difficult for him to kill Tong Shan. The difficult part was creating an atmosphere that could scare away the 3 Annika sect elders behind Tong Shan. Now that he had made up his mind, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse like Tong Shan. This was also the reason why he was able to remain calm on the outside and on the inside when he saw Tong Shan appear and guessed his identity. However, it was different now. I'm afraid they heard what I said to Tianwu just now. Duan Lingtian still remembered. After he told Feng Tianwu that he had used the last talisman in his possession to kill Tong Shan, Zuiyu's voice resonated in the air. It was obvious that he had heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized this. He was not afraid of a martial monarch powerhouse when he had the talisman in his possession. However, the problem was that he had used up all the talismans in his possession. He could no longer rely on talismans to fight a martial monarch powerhouse. He could only rely on his own strength. Although he was quite strong now, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horn dragons after he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength. His strength was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse who could easily unleash the strength of 6,000 to 7,000 ancient horn dragons. Supreme Elder, he's Duan Lingtian, the person who killed Lei Zhong and Su Qing. Zuiyu said respectfully to the old man in front of him. The old man was dressed in white. His face was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes. A rare gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes when he heard Zuiyu's words. You're Duan Lingtian? The lucky guy who obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure? The old man asked calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian calmly. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. However, it seems a little arbitrary to say that I obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man fearlessly and calmly responded to the old man. Duan Ling, stop playing dumb. Before the old man could speak, Zuiyu said sarcastically, you, me, and Su Qing were the only 3 people who managed to reach the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace and pass the bumpy road. You killed Su Qing and I left first. You were the only one left in Qingfeng Palace's 4th level who had the chance to go to the 5th level. Who else could it be but you who obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body? Zuiyu sneered. Left first? Duan Lingtian's face turned a little strange when he heard Zuiyu's words. He still remembered. At that time, Zuiyu was obviously afraid of being killed by him. That was why he fled right under his nose. However, now that Zuiyu said it, he was the one who left first? Zuiyu, I know you're jealous that I'm more powerful than you after I killed Lei Zhong. Not only that, but you also want the profundity fragment that I obtained from the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian looked at Zuiyu calmly and said nonchalantly, however, don't you think it's a little too much for you to fabricate facts and slander me just for your own selfish desires? Why you're saying that I'm slandering you? Duan Lingtian's words angered Zuiyu so much that his face turned green and white. It took him a long time to calm down. Isn't that the case? Duan Lingtian did not plan to let Suiyu go when he saw his expression turning grave. He sneered and said, "Did you see me reach the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace with your own eyes? Did you see me obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body with your own eyes?" Duan Lingtian's repeated questions made Suiyu speechless. He did not know how to answer. "What? Are you in the wrong?" Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile when he saw Suiyu opening his mouth, but no words came out. "Suiyu, I must say that you're really capable. Because of the enmity between us, you didn't hesitate to slander me and even used your master, the martial monarch powerhouse from your Anika sect, as a tool to get back at me." Duan Lingtian enunciated each and every word that came out of his mouth. Suiyu was so angry that his face turned extremely grave. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only the old man in front of Suiyu but also the middle-aged man next to him turned to look at Suiyu instinctively. "Master, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense." Suiyu's expression changed dramatically when he saw the old man looking at him. He said in a panic, "I'm telling the truth." At that time, he was indeed the only one who had the opportunity to go to the 5th floor and see the body of Qingfeng Emperor Wu and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. Suiyu was really afraid that his master would believe Duan Lingtian's words and misunderstand him. "You've said so much, but it turns out that everything you said is just your personal guess." Duan Lingtian sneered. "I admit that the rest is just my personal guess. However, you can't deny that I left Qingfeng Palace after you killed Su Qing and continued to stay on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace." When Suiyu saw the old man, who was his master, nodding at him, the haze in his heart was swept away. He looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly and said word by word in a deep voice, "Why should I deny what I've done?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "As for why you said you left, it seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? Are you sure that you left because you gave up the opportunity to explore the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace?" When Suiyu's face turned pale, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let him go. He completely tore off the last piece of cloth on him. "Why do I remember that someone was fleeing in front of me at that time?" Don't try to change the topic. The 3 profundity fragments in the martial emperor's body must have ended up in your hands in the end. Suiyu took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions before he snorted coldly. "Are you so sure?" Duan Lingtian felt chills running down his spine when he saw the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and another middle-aged man who seemed to be an elder from Anika sect looking at him together. However, he still tried to remain calm on the surface. "Of course," Suiyu replied without any hesitation. "What if I swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I didn't obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body?" Duan Lingtian asked back. "Do you dare?" Suiyu said disdainfully with an arrogant look on his face. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he saw it. Duan Lingtian actually broke his finger and used his blood to communicate with the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Boom, 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 boom. 9 deafening claps of thunder resonated one after another. It clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, the 3 people from Anika sect, and everyone in the imperial palace. After the 9 claps of thunder, everything returned to normal. The lightning punishment did not descend as expected. How's this possible? Chapter 1039. What's impossible about that? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Suiyu's words. "You said it yourself that it's just your guess? If you could guess everything correctly, you wouldn't be as useless as you are now." "Useless?" Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered Suiyu's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. He did not know what to say at that moment. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit it. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he could indeed be considered as trash. A complacent smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this. He swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would be killed by the lightning punishment if he managed to obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. The 99 heavenly tribulation let out 9 claps of thunder in response to his oath, but the lightning punishment did not descend. Therefore, from an outsider's perspective, he did not see Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body even if he managed to ascend to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. Otherwise, why would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Why would he say he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body? Nobody knew. The reason Duan Lingtian dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation was not because he did not see Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. It was the opposite. Not only did he see Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body, but he even obtained the Emperor Stage profundity fragment from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. The reason he dared to make that oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and didn't trigger the lightning punishment or even get killed by the lightning punishment was because he didn't violate the oath. He swore that as long as he obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, he would be willing to be killed by the thunder punishment. However, although he obtained the profundity fragments from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body, he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments. There was only 1 Emperor Stage profundity fragment. As for the other 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments, even he did not know who had them. Because of this, he did not break his oath. He didn't get 3 profundity fragments. He only got 1. Just now, Duan Lingtian was playing a word game with the 3 from Anika sect. The 3 from Anika sect did not notice anything and believed Duan Lingtian's words. Even if that's the case, you should still have a profundity fragment with you. Zuiyu gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Lingtian unwillingly. Idiot! Ignoring Zuiyu's increasingly ugly expression, Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words without hesitation. After Zuiyu was so angry that his body began to tremble violently, he continued to say, "Do you think that all the profundity fragments that I obtained after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure belong to me?" At this point, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man standing in front of Zuiyu. He was the supreme elder of Anika sect, Bai Yuhai. Just as he was about to say something, another voice descended from the sky, interrupting him just as he was about to speak. "Do you dare to swear that you didn't obtain the Emperor Stage profundity fragment?" A loud and clear voice descended from the sky. 2 figures appeared almost at the same time and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a short moment. The person following behind stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. The voice just now was from his mouth. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. However, his appearance did not attract Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian's attention was completely focused on the old man standing in front of the middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in gray and exuded an extremely sharp aura from his body. The feeling he gave Duan Lingtian was exactly the same as the feeling Tong Shan and Bai Yuhai gave him. He was not simple and gave him an invisible pressure. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to give him this kind of pressure. Martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that person from North Nether sect? North Nether sect was a second-rate force in the northern desert like Izumo sect and Anika sect. There was also a martial monarch powerhouse in the sect. When Duan Lingtian left the 5-element sect and made his way to the martial emperor's secret treasure, he had heard about the martial monarch powerhouse from some of the 5-element sect's disciples. The strongest person in North Nether sect, the martial monarch powerhouse. Feng Tong. Feng Tong? As soon as the gray-clad old man appeared, Duan Lingtian heard Bai Yuhai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, greeting the gray-clad old man in surprise. At once, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed correctly. The person who appeared before him was none other than Feng Tong, the pillar and guardian of North Nether sect. 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Unknowingly, a wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Bai Yuhai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, was already a headache for him. Now, Feng Tong, who was even more difficult to deal with, had appeared. Bai Yuhai was still fine. He was instigated by his direct disciple, Zuiyu, to look for him for the profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. However, after he swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, He noticed that Bai Yuhai's hostility toward him had lessened. Feng Tong, on the other hand, did not come for the 3 profundity fragments that might be in his possession. Instead, he came to kill him to avenge Su Qing. Su Qing was the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. He was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. When they were on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Su Qing had attacked him mercilessly because of his greed to kill him and seize his treasures. In the end, he was killed by Su Qing after he had made a breakthrough. Only he and Zuiyu knew about Su Qing's death. If Zuiyu was dead, nobody would know that he was the one who killed Su Qing. However, Duan Lingtian had suffered internal injuries at the critical moment. This gave Zuiyu the opportunity to escape before he could recover. That was the root of the problem. Now, the root of the problem was exposed one by one. Duan Lingtian was exhausted from dealing with it. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Feng Tong's cloudy eyes suddenly turned piercing as he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. He enunciated each word clearly as he asked. At the same time, an aura as sharp as a sword swept out from his body toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he faced Tong Shan's aura earlier. But now, facing the aura from Feng Tong's body, he felt a trace of pressure. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this did not mean Feng Tong was stronger than Tong Shan. It was just that Feng Tong was better at this. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Feng Tong's question. He only looked at Feng Tong with a fearful expression on his face. He could clearly see the killing intent that flashed in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes. He knew Feng Tong wanted to kill him. He could not wait to kill him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt anxious and uneasy. "Duan Lingtian, make another oath. As long as you swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you didn't obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill you. If you don't die, I won't make things difficult for you anymore." Bai Yuhai glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said slowly. He was inspired by the North Nether sect's middle-aged elder to add such a sentence. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian into a corner, so Duan Lingtian had no other choice. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed subtly. At this moment he realized something. Even if he did not admit that he had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, there was no turning back now. Bai Yuhai had come looking for him because he coveted the treasure in his possession. Feng Tong's main goal was to avenge Su Qing. Even if Bai Yuhai did not make a move, Feng Tong alone was enough to kill him. "That's right. I did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment." Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to admit it. As he admitted it, he immediately looked at Feng Tong. To be more precise, he looked at Feng Tong's eyes and carefully observed the changes in Feng Tong's gaze. When he saw the greedy gleam in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes, he could not help but sigh in relief. Perhaps this was a turning point for him. Based on the current situation, this was the only turning point. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the eyes of the 3 people from Anika sect, led by Supreme Elder Bai Yuhai, lit up. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a rare treasure. "Humph! It seems like I was right. You really did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment," Zuiyu said coldly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, he had "I've seen through you" expression on his face. Based on his words, it was as though he was bragging about his ability to predict the future. At the same time, 2 terrifying killing intents flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. They were filled with extreme coldness. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the 2 terrifying killing intents came from the 2 martial monarch powerhouses, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Both of them wanted to kill him. Let alone 2 first-level martial monarch stage martial artists, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. However, at this moment, none of them made a move. They were in a stalemate for the time being. In their opinion, there was no doubt that the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand was already theirs. What they had to consider now was how to suppress each other and obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. They had been rivals for many years, and they knew each other very well. This was the reason why they hesitated for a long time without making a move. Feng Tong, aren't you looking for him to avenge Su Qing? I can give you his life. As for the other things in his hand, I'll take them. Bai Yuhai's eyes gleamed as he said to Feng Tong, Bai Yuhai, if you think his life is more valuable than the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, then I can give you his life, and the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment will belong to me. Feng Tong's words made his stance clear. Chapter 1040. At this moment, the two martial monarch powerhouses faced each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, both of them wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Neither of them was willing to give in. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side. The scene before him was exactly what he had been waiting for. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. However, Duan Lingtian's expression changed quickly. This was because he noticed the two martial monarch powerhouses who were facing each other suddenly broke their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. I, Bai Yuhai, Anika Sex Supreme Elder, hereby swear by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation that I'll compete with Feng Tong for the ownership of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after I obtain it. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. I, Feng Tong, North Nether Sex Supreme Elder, hereby swear, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, the two martial monarch powerhouses, reached a consensus in just a blink of an eye. They would first obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and then compete fairly with each other. Before that, they would work together to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Boom, 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 boom. 18 deafening claps of thunder broke the silence above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. It was the 99 Heavenly Tribulation that the two martial monarchs swore on the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. The thunderous claps caused the people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace to panic. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Is that thunder? Seems like it. Could it be that Commander Duan is fighting with the 4 unknown powerhouses? That's possible. Everyone in the Imperial Palace was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's victory and his triumphant return. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was not only recognized as the strongest powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but he was also the Crimson Sky Kingdom's guardian. Only Duan Lingtian had the ability to lead them out of the Sea of Fire. From this, it could be seen how lofty the Duan Lingtian was in their hearts. It had already risen to the level of faith, and it was even higher than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor might not be as influential as Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the people in the Imperial Palace did not know that their commander Duan was currently facing the biggest crisis in his life. He could lose his life at any moment. As a 6th-level Void Transformation martial artist, he was targeted by 2 martial monarch powerhouses at the same time. Among all the 6th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists in the world, he was probably the only one who received such treatment. Above the Imperial Palace, after Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong reached a consensus, they stared at Duan Lingtian like tigers eyeing their prey. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of greed. Duan Lingtian, hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. We'll leave your corpse intact, Feng Tong said calmly. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yuhai could easily kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian kept the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring that he carried with him. If Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him and hid it in a place that only he knew about, Bai Yuhai would definitely kill him. If he was killed, there would be no more clues about where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was hidden. Bai Yuhai did not want that to happen. Duan Lingtian, as long as you hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll forgive you for lying to me, Bai Yuhai said slowly as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Just like Feng Tong, he was worried that Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong did not dare to take the risk. They could kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. However, if there was no Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring, everything they did would be in vain. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard the two martial monarchs' words. Naturally, he could guess what the two of them were thinking. They were worried that he did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. They were worried that they would not be able to find the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after they killed him. Today I, Duan Lingtian, am able to die in the hands of two martial monarch stage powerhouses. It can be said that my life was not in vain. Both of you make your move. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he suddenly closed his eyes and opened his arms. From the beginning until the end, there was a smile on his face as though he was waiting for his death. Both Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai's expressions changed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian's actions. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more uneasy they felt. In their opinion, if the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was in Duan Lingtian's hands, the Duan Lingtian would not be so calm. Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai looked at each other. In the end, neither of them made a move. At this moment, since you want to die, there's no need for my master to do it himself. I'll kill you on behalf of my master. A cold snort suddenly rang in the air. A figure flew out from behind Bai Yuhai. It was as though the figure had transformed into a bolt of lightning as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Initially, this figure's speed was nothing in Bai Yuhai's eyes. However, Bai Yuhai's attention was not on the owner of the figure at this moment. He only regained his senses when the owner of the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and made his move. Zuiyu, stop. Horror dawned on Bai Yuhai when he saw Zuiyu's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian's head with his surging origin energy and concept. It was just inches away from him. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Zuiyu, everything would be over. They would not be able to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the end. Bai Yuhai could not help but panic. Stop! At the same time, Feng Tong regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face. He might not be able to use the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment now, but if he could use it to contact a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he might be able to witness the birth of a martial emperor powerhouse with his own eyes. At that time, he and the North Nether sect behind him would have a good relationship with an Emperor Wu powerhouse. They would be able to do whatever they wanted on Cloud Continent. Would any first-rate force or top force dare to offend an Emperor Wu powerhouse? In the next moment, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong disappeared from their spots. They wanted to stop Zuiyu. Unfortunately, they were still too late. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air, causing Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong to come to a halt. They appeared in the air not far from where Duan Lingtian was standing. Feng Tong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As for Bai Yuhai, his face was extremely pale. Zuiyu, who was charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively with the intention of smashing Duan Lingtian's head with his palm, suddenly had his head explode like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere and scattered across the sky. It was like a blooming flower of blood-red fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. At the same time, Zuiyu's headless body fell from the sky and crashed hard on the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. Zuiyu's body was less than 10 meters away from Izumo Sect's Supreme Elder Tong Shan's body. Both of them had died in the same way. Both of them had been smashed into minced meat. Duan Lingtian. A low and oppressive voice came out of Bai Yuhai's mouth. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were red. The pauses between each word seemed to express the extreme anger in his heart. Boom! In an instant, the milky white origin energy on Bai Yuhai's body skyrocketed and transformed into a wave of aqua blue energy. It was surrounded by purple lightning and gusts of green wind. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and descended in a zigzag manner. It was visually stunning. His strength is on par with Tong Shan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he saw the scene before him. However, his face remained calm. He, who was fearless, sized up the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky with great interest. Not only was he not frightened, but he also did not seem to take the scene before his eyes seriously. Even if I, Duan Lington, have to die in the hands of a martial monarch. Zuiyu, he's not worthy. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He was not afraid of Bai Yu Hai, who was glaring at him. There was a hint of coldness in his voice as he spoke. Zuiyu had been defeated by him in the past. He could only run away when he faced him. Due to this reason, he had never taken Zuiyu seriously. Today, Zuiyu wanted to take advantage of him and take his life. He was seeking his own death. Bai Yu Hai's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The energy in his body began to fluctuate irregularly as though he was going to attack at any time. However, he did not attack in the end. Naturally, he was furious that his direct disciple was killed. After all, that was the direct disciple he had nurtured for more than 20 years. He had long regarded him as his own son. However, his son had been killed by someone else. If it was someone else, that person would have died in his hands. However, the person who killed his direct disciple was Duan Lingtian, a person who had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had hidden it. For this reason, he could only endure for the time being for the sake of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Zuiyu, rest in peace. Wait for a moment on the road to hell. When Master finds out where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, he'll immediately kill Duan Lingtian and send him to accompany you. Bai Yu Hai was as calm as still water as he swore in his heart. If only. Previously, he was only interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He did not care whether he killed Duan Lingtian or not. However, he was completely enraged by the death of his direct disciple, Zuiyu. He could not wait to kill Duan Lington. Elder brother Duan. Chapter 1041. After Duan Lingtian killed Tong Shan with the talisman, Feng Tianwu's expression changed subtly when the three people from Enika sect appeared. In the beginning, she did not know that her elder brother Duan was being targeted by Enika sect. She thought Zuiyu was dissatisfied with her elder brother Duan, so he asked the elders of the sect to teach her elder brother Duan a lesson. It was not until Duan Lingtian swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that she realized the people from Enika sect did not come here just to seek revenge on her elder brother Duan. They had a bigger goal in mind. The 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. She was familiar with the 3 profundity fragments. When she saw her big brother Duan really swear an oath and the 99 heavenly tribulation responded, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, as she thought her big brother Duan would be able to avoid this calamity. Who knew someone else would appear at the critical moment? North Nether sect Feng Tong. She had heard this name when the old man from Enika sect greeted the old man from North Nether sect. It was not unfamiliar to her. When she was in Blade sect, she had heard people discussing the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. The supreme elders of the 3 major forces were also mentioned, the 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Izumo sect, Tong Shan. North Nether sect, Feng Tong. Enika sect, Bai Yu Hai. Tong Shan was killed by her elder brother Duan's talisman. From the way the old man from Enika sect spoke to Feng Tong casually, Feng Tianwu could vaguely guess his identity. The supreme elder of Enika sect, the martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yu Hai. At that moment, even she was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. The martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 major second-rate forces were gathered in this little kingdom in the mountains? Unbelievable! As time went by, she finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Bai Yu Hai had come for the profundity fragment that her elder brother Duan had obtained from Emperor Wu of Qingfeng. Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Following that, the situation changed so many times that she couldn't help but feel anxious. When she saw that her elder brother Duan was being stared at by 2 martial emperors, she could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill in her heart. Soon, Feng Tianwu realized that Duan Lingtian had turned his head to look at her after hearing her call. At this moment, She could clearly see the seriousness in the depths of her elder brother Duan's eyes. Looks like elder brother Duan isn't as casual as he seems on the surface. The pressure from the two martial emperors is too great. Feng Tianwu thought. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's thoughts were running wild. If I want to kill these two martial emperors, it'll be very difficult. If I want to kill them, I'll have to raise my monarch stage fire profundity to the 3rd level at least. Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to the two old figures in the distance. A hint of dread appeared on her beautiful face. In my current situation, if I forcefully communicate and unleash the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to give birth to the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Even if I can kill one of them, the energy from the fire spirit body in my body will explode in an instant. Feng Tianwu was more familiar with her own situation than anyone else. Tianwu, no matter what happens, you can't forcefully communicate with the high-level fire profundity to attack them. At the same time, a voice that Feng Tianwu could not be more familiar with entered her ears. It made her heart tremble and filled with warmth. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her elder brother Duan was still considerate of her even in the face of danger. I'll think of a way to deal with this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and added to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. He knew Tianwu very well. Therefore, he warned Tianwu in advance. He was afraid she would do something stupid. He had once probed Feng Tianwu's body with his mind energy, so his understanding of Feng Tianwu's body wasn't much worse than Feng Tianwu's. If Tianwu forcefully communicates and unleashes the high-level fire concept, the energy from the fire spirit body in her body will explode even if she can kill either Feng Tong or Bai Yuhai. They won't be able to hold on until she attacks the second person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? At this moment, Feng Tong asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before. I don't have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, but I'll give you my life. Duan Lingtian replied shamelessly. Naturally, he did not really want to die. He was certain Feng Tong would not dare to make a move on him. What he had to do now was to rack his brain to find a way to deal with the current crisis. Humph! Before Feng Tong could open his mouth, Bai Yuhai, who was standing nearby, snorted coldly. His voice was very loud, and it was filled with origin energy. It swept through the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom like a thunderclap. Ah! It hurts. At the same time, everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace cried out in agony as their eardrums burst. There were even some who were knocked unconscious or killed by the shockwaves. When a martial monarch was enraged, he could kill someone from 1,000 meters away with just a snort. Naturally, he could only kill people who did not have a high cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, don't think we can't do anything to you. We don't dare to kill you, but it's a piece of cake for us to kill the people around you. Due to Zui Yu's death, Bai Yuhai seemed to have transformed into a different person. His crimson eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. His words seemed to have come from an ice cave. It was bone-chilling. If you tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, you'll die. I won't touch your friends and family. However, if you don't tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, I'll kill a person who's related to you every hour. If you insist on not telling me, I'll watch the people around you die one by one. Bai Yuhai threatened Duan Lingtian with his words. Feng Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Yuhai's words. He agreed with Bai Yuhai's words from the bottom of his heart. He wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted Duan Lingtian's life as well. Bai Yuhai's words were the exact words in his heart. Despicable. After hearing Bai Yuhai's words, Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face was covered in frost as she rebuked him angrily. A dignified martial emperor actually dares to threaten a void transformation stage martial artist like this. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if news of this spreads? As for Duan Lingtian, the moment Bai Yuhai's words left his mouth, the expression on his face that he had tried his best to remain calm had completely changed. If he did not tell them where the profundity fragment was, Every hour, he would kill a person who was related to him every hour? In other words, he would have to kill 24 people who were related to him every day? Despicable? Bai Yuhai looked at Feng Tianwu when he was reprimanded by Feng Tianwu. He sneered, "As long as I kill all of you, why should I worry about people spreading the news about my actions today? Moreover, so what if they spread the news? Do you think I, Bai Yuhai, will lose a single strand of hair because of this?" Bai Yuhai's eyes that were looking at Feng Tianwu suddenly gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh no. At the same time, Feng Tianwu saw the gleam in Bai Yuhai's eyes. Her expression changed drastically when she vaguely guessed what was going on. Unfortunately, as soon as she realized what was going on, she realized an extremely powerful force that she could not resist was pulling her away from her original spot. Tianwu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what was going on. His expression changed drastically. However, when he realized what was going on, he realized that Feng Tianwu was already next to Bai Yuhai. She was being forcefully pulled away by Bai Yuhai. At this moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body flickered as she tried to resist. However, every time the flames on her body rose to a certain height, they would be suppressed by an invisible force. They would be crushed and disappear without a trace. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as he glared at Bai Yuhai. What am I trying to do? Bai Yuhai smiled nonchalantly. However, there was no change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were still gleaming coldly as he said, "I've said that if you don't tell me the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill one person who's related to you every hour. I've already chosen the first person. It's her." When Bai Yuhai reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at Feng Tianwu who was next to him with a smirk on his face. "Now you have an hour. If you don't tell me after an hour, she'll definitely die." Bai Yuhai's tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. "An hour?" Duan Lingtian's face darkened. "All right, I promise you." Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuhai and said in a deep voice after he glanced at Feng Tianwu, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Feng Tong laughed before Bai Yuhai could say anything. "Tell me, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? Even if I tell you, you won't know where it is. I can bring you there." Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian was reluctant to hand the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment over to Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. However, he had no other choice but to stall for time. Perhaps, he would be able to come up with a good idea while he was bringing them away. The most important thing now was to get Tianwu out of Bai Yuhai's evil clutches. If Tianwu was hurt because of this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. "Lead the way," Bai Yuhai said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian after he sent Feng Tianwu flying with a wave of his hand. After Feng Tianwu was sent flying by Bai Yuhai, her beautiful face was completely pale. She reacted immediately, and her beautiful face changed. Her autumn eyes were suffused with scarlet red as she screamed in her heart. Elder brother Duan was going to bring them to retrieve the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for her? She knew very well what the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment meant. "No, I can't let them have their way. Kill them. Kill them." Chapter 1042. Boom. In an instant, Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes were dyed red. The flames on her body rose and emitted a scorching aura that swept out in all directions. The scorching aura swept out, causing the airflow in the air to become turbulent. It set off a series of slight air explosions and scorching wind. At the same time, the turbulent heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. What a powerful comprehension ability! Feng Tianwu's actions immediately attracted Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's attention. Both of them could not help but reveal a shocked expression. As martial monarch powerhouses, they could see that Feng Tianwu had only cast the fire concept. She did not even use a trace of origin energy. She had only used the fire concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Ninth level advance fire concept. If it was any other time, when they saw a genius in the martial Tao that possessed such monstrous comprehension ability at such a young age like Feng Tianwu, they would surely fight to the death to take Feng Tianwu as their personal disciple. However, at this moment, their thoughts weren't on Feng Tianwu at all. To them, the Emperor's stage profundity fragment was more important. Tianwu. Unlike Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's calmness, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Feng Tianwu had mobilized and cast the 9th level advance fire concept. Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you lead us to the Emperor stage profundity fragment, we won't make things difficult for this little girl even if she attacks us, Feng Tong Yu Hai said indifferently. Feng Tong said indifferently. His tone was filled with condescension. He looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. He did not think that Feng Tianwu had the strength to threaten him. In his opinion, even if Feng Tianwu had a good comprehension ability and had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept at such a young age. But so what? Could it be that he could threaten a martial monarch expert like him? Although Bai Yu Hai did not say anything, it was clear from the contempt in his eyes that he shared the same thoughts as Feng Tong. He was full of disdain for Feng Tianwu's strength and looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression had changed drastically earlier and even cried out in shock was because he wanted to stop Feng Tianwu from making a move against them. He didn't want Feng Tianwu to end up being killed by them instead. However, was that really the case? As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, he saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rise again. They expanded and emitted an even more scorching aura, as if they could burn everything. At the same time, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air above Feng Tianwu's head and pierced into Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change again. Tianwu, stop. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian panicked. He hurriedly flew out in an attempt to stop Feng Tianwu. However, at this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed as if she didn't hear what he said at all. The flames on her body continued to rise, and she was like a reborn flaming phoenix that was gradually awakening. At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head had also increased to 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. All of this did not stop because of this. Boom! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared, causing the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head to change again. A total of 4,000 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes wriggled down. It was the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity. Tianwu, stop right now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, whose expression changed drastically, finally flew closer to Feng Tianwu, intending to stop Feng Tianwu. However, before he could get close to Feng Tianwu, he was sent flying by the scorching airwave that swept out from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused his internal organs to tremble. Although he was not injured, it explained the current situation. Unless Feng Tianwu allowed him to get close, it was impossible for him to get close to the current Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, the fire spirit body's energy in your body is on the verge of exploding. You'll die if you don't retrieve the fire profundity in time. Duan Lingtian advised again. His tone was filled with anxiety. Fire spirit body. Duan Lingtian's exclamation did not only enter Feng Tianwu's ears, but it also entered Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tianwu's ears. Both of them instinctively turned to look at Feng Tianwu. With just a glance, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens! What did they just see? In the distance, the red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier was standing there. Her entire body was shrouded in flames as though she had transformed into a fire phoenix that would spread its wings and soar into the sky at any time. There were 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gathered above the fire phoenix. The silhouettes of the 4,000 ancient horned dragons continuously attacked their eyes, causing them to be shocked. Impossible! At this moment, both of them had the same thought in their minds. They were unwilling to believe it. The red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier actually possessed such terrifying strength? Elder brother Duan, since the day I met you, you've been helping me. I've never helped you at all. Unknowingly, a 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand. The soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that Duan Lingtian obtained from Qing Feng Palace. Since he had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, Duan Lingtian had given this sword to Feng Tianwu. Today was the first time Feng Tianwu used this sword to fight an enemy. Silly girl, you've never helped me before, but Uncle Feng has helped me a lot. You don't have to worry about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and continued to advise, listen to me and withdraw the fire profundity now. As it turns out, she used the fire spirit body's energy to forcefully activate the fire profundity. That's the extent of her fire profundity. Bai Yu Hai, who had calmed down, studied Feng Tianwu seriously. Very soon he discovered a clue from the restless flames on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. He could see it. If Feng Tianwu continued to forcefully elevate her fire profundity, she would only end up exploding and dying. Even if she did not continue to elevate her fire profundity, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would explode and explode if she forcefully used the 3rd-level monarch stage fire profundity to fight an enemy. The strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. She can only attack once, and she wants to fight us? She's overestimating herself. Since Bai Yu Hai could see through Feng Tianwu, Feng Tong, who was also a 1st-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, naturally could see through Feng Tianwu's situation as well. He said disdainfully, Elder brother Duan, do you know? Ever since I found out you're the man in my destiny, I've been paying attention to you. I've been paying attention to your every move and your emotions. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Feng Tianwu's hand trembled. The flames on her body that seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix began to surge as though it was brewing something. I don't know when it started, but I realized I've fallen deeply in love with you. My emotions fluctuate according to your emotions. I know you have 2 fiancés who you love the most. However, I don't ask for a title. I only hope to stay by your side forever. Even if I can't be by your side, I still hope to be able to see you from afar. Only in that way can my heart be fulfilled. In the beginning, I knew you rejected me, but I didn't care. It's fine as long as I can see you, even if there's nothing between us. Do you know? When you stopped rejecting me and would occasionally show me a loving smile, I was very happy. Elder brother Duan, perhaps we're not fated to be together in this lifetime, but I hope I'll be able to meet you before your 2 fiancés in my next life. If there's a next life, I'll definitely hold your hand tightly and never let go. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Her voice was not loud, but it entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Unknowingly, a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face that was covered in tears. She finally said the words that she had hidden in her heart for a long time. Although it was a little late, there were no regrets. Tunwu, Duan Lingtian stood in the air, and his body began to tremble violently. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to have such deep feelings for him. At this moment, he could not help but ask himself, did he really reject Feng Tianwu? Perhaps, in the beginning, he had intentionally distanced himself from Feng Tianwu because he was concerned about his 2 fiancés. However, in the end, he realized that Feng Tianwu's shadow had unknowingly appeared in his heart. Although it was not love, it could be considered as a seed of love. At this moment, the seed seemed to have taken root and sprouted, and it grew rapidly. I, Feng Tianwu, can die without regrets today for the person I love. Suddenly, Feng Tianwu's melodious voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically again. Tianwu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu again, Feng Tianwu made her move. Feng Tianwu flew out. Her gentle eyes turned as sharp as a goshawk's as she looked at Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. The flames on her body surged with killing intent. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix that was covered in flames. She flapped her wings and flew toward Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. Feng Tianwu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not compare to her. Even though Duan Lingtian was trying his best to catch up to her, the distance between them was still widening. No! When Duan Lingtian saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body surged and gave birth to an extremely sharp aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything, his eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. At this moment he could clearly sense that the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was showing signs of going berserk. Chapter 1043. Feng Tianwu charged towards Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong with the 5-foot-long flexible sword in her hand as though she had transformed into a flaming phoenix. The flames on her body stirred and formed a brand new energy. To be more precise, it was another monarch stage profundity. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly surged and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. She no longer looked like a flaming phoenix, but a gigantic sword that was burning with blazing flames. The gigantic sword soared across the sky with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the airflow would be compressed to the extreme and a series of thunderous explosions would be heard. As the explosions sounded, waves of airwaves swept out and transformed into gusts of violent wind that spread in all directions. It swept across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. For a time, many doors and windows in the imperial palace were blown open as though they were forcefully pushed open by someone. Many people with low cultivation bases who did not stay in the palace were blown into the air by the strong wind. They were addicted to flying in the air. Flying was the privilege of martial artists who had stepped into the void-prying stage and above. Ordinary martial artists could not do it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace, there were only a handful of people who had stepped into the void-prying stage. High up in the sky, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, who were originally disdainful of Feng Tianwu, inadvertently saw it. After the flames on Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head underwent a drastic change. 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were charging towards them with Feng Tianwu. The speed was so fast that it caused their expressions to change. They did not even have time to think as they hurriedly urged their strength to fly away in an attempt to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. As the two of them dodged, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads respectively. They urged their strength to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they dodged. Once Feng Tianwu attacked them, a single strike that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons would be enough to kill any one of them. In fact, even if they used their spirit weapons, the strongest strength they could exert was not even comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition, Feng Tianwu was the one who struck first to gain the initiative. Once they dared to resist, they were destined to suffer. Therefore, they did not choose to face Feng Tianwu head-on. They only thought about how to avoid Feng Tianwu's menacing sword. The 5-foot-long red soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was now perfectly straight. It let out an ear-piercing sword hum as it charged towards Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. As soon as Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, the two first-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, dodged, the 5-foot-long sword in Feng Tianwu's hand arrived. Just as Bai Yuhai gathered all of his strength and prepared to flee, Feng Tianwu shook the 5-foot-long sword in his hand. It didn't contain any sword skill. Even so, it still pierced through Bai Yuhai's throat easily. Ever since Bai Yuhai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by Feng Tianwu gathering the heaven and earth energy, he no longer had any intention to fight with Feng Tianwu. All he could do was flee. In such a hurry, even if Bai Yuhai wanted to block Feng Tianwu's sword, it was destined that it would be too late. A bloody hole appeared on Bai Yuhai's throat. Blood gushed out like a blooming red rose. His eyes dimmed in an instant. After a few moments, he was completely motionless. After Bai Yuhai died, his body flew out due to inertia. After flying for several hundred meters, he finally fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the roof of a luxurious palace at the rear of the imperial palace. A loud thud resounded as his body turned into a pile of minced meat. The strongest powerhouse in Anika sect, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, died just like that. He died in Feng Tianwu's hands. Perhaps, even Bai Yuhai himself did not expect that he would die in the hands of a young woman in her 20s after living for so long. Moreover, he was killed in just one blow. Naturally, Feng Tianwu was able to kill Bai Yuhai in just one blow because Bai Yuhai did not have any intention to fight at all when she unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons and took the initiative to attack. If Bai Yuhai had gone all out, even if he would still die, he would not have died in such a straightforward and cowardly manner. Although Bai Yuhai was dead, the few people in the sky, including the Anika sect's elder, did not pay any attention to him. Everyone's eyes uniformly landed on the red figure standing in the air, causing the red figure to become the absolute focal point of the scene at this moment. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on the red figure was trembling as though it would collapse at any time. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The red figure was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had used the third-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity to create the third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity and unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons to kill Bai Yuhai in just one blow. However, Feng Tianwu's current situation was extremely bad. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could sense with his spiritual energy that the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body had completely collapsed and was running amok in her body. Feng Tianwu tried to suppress it, but she did not have the strength to do so. Since she was fully immersed in her body and forcefully suppressed the fire spirit body's energy that was running all over her body, her life was not in danger for the time being. However, she could not suppress it for long. Judging from the current situation, she could only hold on for 30 breaths at most. After 30 breaths, she would not be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy anymore. Due to this reason, she did not dare to be distracted at all. Once she was distracted, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would completely lose control and explode in her body, blowing her into pieces. All of this was because Feng Tianwu had killed Bai Yuhai earlier. As soon as she made her move, the fire spirit body's energy in her body completely exploded and was difficult to suppress. Naturally, she was destined to only kill Bai Yuhai. Currently, she did not have the strength to fight the remaining martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong, and the two elders from Anika sect and North Nether sect. Based on the current situation, she only had two choices. First, she could die after 30 breaths. Second, she could die now. She chose the former. Naturally, this did not mean she was afraid of death, but she wanted to take a few more glances at the only man she had ever loved in her life before she died. She wanted to remember this man forever. Elder brother Duan. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Feng Tianwu's face was pale as she tried her best to suppress the restless energy in her body. She lifted her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. A hint of apology could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had planned to kill Bai Yuhai. Even if she had to risk her life, she would kill the 4 people from Anika sect and North Nether sect to help her elder brother Duan. However, she did not expect this at all. After she killed Bai Yuhai, the fire spirit body's energy in her body went out of control, causing her to be unable to use her sword a second time to help her elder brother Duan. Silly girl? You're really silly. Duan Lingtian's eyes were red as his nose twitched. His body began to tremble, and his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. At this moment, his emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. How should he repay Tianwu for treating him so well? He could clearly see the situation in Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. Don't even mention the fact that I've merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. My ability is far inferior to the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his peak. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to help Tianwu even if he was at his peak. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was the only one who could temporarily suppress the restless energy in her body. The energy that originated from the fire spirit body would become even more violent if an external force interfered with it. At that time, it would only speed up Feng Tianwu's death. Right now, Tianwu can only hold on for a little more than 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He wanted to help Feng Tianwu, but he could not do anything about it. Third-level Monarch Stage Sword Concept. I've underestimated you. However, the taste of the fire spirit body's backlash isn't pleasant, right? Feng Tong's voice resonated in the air when Duan Lingtian was still trying to figure out a way to help Feng Tianwu. His voice was cold. It was apparent that Feng Tong had also noticed Feng Tianwu's current condition. He knew Feng Tianwu was powerless to help. Feng Tong spoke as he flew toward Feng Tianwu. When Feng Tong stepped out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. One profundity and two concepts followed him like shadows. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he locked his gaze on Feng Tianwu. Feng Tong. At this moment, a purple figure flew out and blocked Feng Tianwu's path. He stared at Feng Tong coldly. If you dare to attack her, don't even think about obtaining the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for the rest of your life. Naturally, the person who blocked Feng Tong was Duan Lingtian. Scram. However, Feng Tong did not care about the threat in Duan Lingtian's words at all. He raised his hand, and a powerful force swept out. It sent Duan Lingtian flying, but it did not cause any harm to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not mean he was merciful. He just thought Duan Lingtian was still useful to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Duan Lingtian immediately to avenge Su Qing, the former strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. She must die today. Don't even think about threatening me. She's not the only one who's close to you. Feng Tong threatened as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly after he came to a halt. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tong walking towards Feng Tianwu step by step in the air, he was extremely furious. Chapter 1044. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so emotional that he was on the verge of breaking down. When he saw Feng Tong retracting his gaze from him and looking at Feng Tianwu again, his expression turned extremely grave. He could not help but feel despair rising in his heart. When he saw Feng Tong walking toward Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner, he immediately raised his hand. Duan Lingtian hurriedly lifted his hand and took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy with the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to control it and devilify him. Subsequently, he infused his concept and spiritual energy into it as well. However, no matter how Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy, concept, and spiritual energy into the Devil Seal tablet, the Devil Seal tablet did not react at all, let alone devilify him. At this moment, Feng Tong had already arrived in front of Feng Tianwu. When he raised his hand, his origin energy stirred. His concept followed him like a shadow, causing the airflow in the surrounding air to compress and set off a series of faint air explosions. Boom! Feng Tong raised his hand. His palm that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient horn dragons landed on Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner. As for Feng Tianwu, she remained calm in the face of Feng Tong's palm. It was as though her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. From the beginning until the end, she had been suppressing the fire spirit body's energy in her body with all her might. She stared at the purple figure in the distance with a blissful smile on her face. In this lifetime, she would not have lived in vain if she could die for the person she loved. No! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu's gaze. His heart trembled for no reason. It was as though a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was extremely painful. No, Tianwu can't die. Tianwu can't die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roared hysterically. His emotions fluctuated so much that the purple robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a purple flame was dancing. Ha! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand finally showed signs of movement. Black energy that was suffused with a terrifying aura surged out endlessly and merged with the ancient words on it. In the blink of an eye, the black energy entered Duan Lingtian's body through his hand that gripped the demon's sealing tombstone. It spread throughout his entire body, including his soul in the depths of his mind. This scene was exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian faced the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. At that time, the demon's sealing tombstone's black energy had entered his body and caused him to demonize. After demonizing, his strength had increased tremendously. None of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders were a match for him. This time, I can't be completely controlled by it. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson from the Devil Seal tablet, took a deep breath and clenched his teeth to hold on. He tried his best to make his consciousness firmly control his body and prevent the energy that surged out from the Devil Seal tablet from overstepping its boundaries. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. With the invasion of the black energy, he could no longer control his body. As soon as the energy approached, the consciousness in his mind instinctively moved to the side like a mouse that saw a cat. It voluntarily gave up control of his body. At this moment, he could only try his best to maintain his consciousness. This way, he could slightly affect his demonized self. The energy in the demon's sealing tombstone instantly spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body. Almost at the same time, the hairband that held up Duan Lingtian's long black hair broke. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like black spirit snakes dancing in the air. After a while, Duan Lingtian's black hair turned purple. It looked extremely demonic. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's eyes were now covered with a layer of red that exuded an evil aura. Purple hair and red eyes. At the same time, wisps of black mist surrounded Duan Lingtian's body. The mist seemed to contain a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to vibrate and explode. Boom, 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 boom. The sudden sound of air exploding gave rise to waves of strong winds that were filled with a bone-piercing chill, causing Feng Tong, who was about to land his palm on Feng Tianwu, to involuntarily shiver and subconsciously withdraw his hand. Feng Tianwu had temporarily escaped death because of this. Then Feng Tong turned around to look at the source of the bone-chilling wind. He was very curious. Who was it that could cause such a strong wind to strike fear in his heart? With just a glance, Feng Tong was dumbstruck. This is Duan Lingtian? Feng Tong was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the young man with purple hair and red eyes. Apart from his appearance and purple robes, the young man's eyes had turned red, and his black hair had turned purple. His long purple hair fluttered without any wind, like purple poisonous snakes dancing in the air. It was incomparably evil and gave people a formless sense of oppression. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless devil god. That was not all. Feng Tong also noticed that the black mist surrounding the purple-clad young man was the source of the bone-chilling wind. This isn't origin energy or concept. What kind of energy is this? As a martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong had a good eye. With just a glance, he could tell that the black mist surrounding Duan Lingtian was not simple. He could not see through it. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, so she witnessed the entire process of the Duan Lingtian's transformation with her own eyes. She saw Duan Lingtian's black hair turn purple, and she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes turn red. She could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian had such a transformation was because of the mysterious chipped stone tablet in his hand. She had seen how mysterious and powerful the stone tablet was before. However, she felt that the current Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar. It was as though he had changed into another person. He no longer looked like the Duan Lingtian from the past. She could not help but worry. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can scare people just because your hair and eyes have changed color? Ridiculous. At this moment, the Anika sect's elders sneered and charged toward Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu killed their Anika sect's supreme elder, he did not even dare to say a word. However, when he saw that Feng Tianwu seemed to be restricted from making a move, he immediately jumped up. Whoosh! The Anika sect's elder raised his hand, and a narrow saber that shone brightly appeared. The origin energy in it skyrocketed, and the concept followed like a shadow. He charged toward Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Above his head, more than 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out in an imposing manner. This Anika Sex Elder was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. He was also commonly known as a powerhouse at the peak of the void. The powerhouse at the peak of the void attacked Duan Lingtian with all his might. It was as though he wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into half with just one slash. Wherever the narrow saber that was filled with origin energy and concept passed, the airflow in the air would be split apart, and a series of saber humming sound would be heard. It was clear and ear-piercing, causing fear to rise in one's heart. The Anika Sex Elder attacking Duan Lingtian was exactly what Feng Tong wanted. He had a feeling that Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression compared to before. It was as though Duan Lingtian could threaten him. At this moment, he could finally witness Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes after the transformation. Feng Tong stared intently at the scene. Feng Tianwu stared intently at the scene. The North Nether Sex Elder who came with Feng Tong also stared intently at the scene. Boom! In the face of the Anika Sex Elder's saber attack, Duan Lingtian, whose purple hair fluttered and eyes were bloodshot, suddenly raised his hand and casually threw out a punch. In an instant, a gush of vast black energy swept out as though it had transformed into a black raging dragon. The raging dragon charged out with earth-shattering might as it swept toward the North Nether Sex Elder who was charging at him with his saber. It was as though the dragon had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether Sex Elder and his saber were shrouded by the black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist. His entire body was crushed into dust, and his spirit saber was broken and sent flying. After killing the North Nether Sex Elder, the vast black energy that was like a raging dragon charged out of its lair with a force that seemed as though it could tear the sky apart. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist landed on one of the palaces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace, and it was razed to the ground with ease. What a powerful energy! Upon seeing this scene, Feng Tong's eyes narrowed, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. He realized that his intuition was right. Kill. Suddenly, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian spat out a word before he charged at Feng Tong. Humph! Faced with the current Duan Lingtian, although Feng Tong was wary, he was not afraid at all. The origin energy in his body surged, and his concept followed him like a shadow. He flew out to meet the Duan Lingtian head-on. The energy that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. However, in Feng Tong's opinion, he could still unleash that level of energy. However, faced with the current Duan Lingtian, Feng Tong did not dare to be careless. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared. It seemed as though it had transformed into a venomous snake as it charged at Duan Lingtian. When the venomous snake charged at Duan Lingtian, more than 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Die! Feng Tong's figure charged out with the sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by the sword in his hand. When he realized that his sword was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging, he could not help but smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, the smile on his face soon froze. I am possible. Feng Tong, whose figure was forced to stop along with the sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. Disbelief was written all over his face. Heavens! What did he just see? Without any movement from the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed man, grabbed the sword in his hand that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1045. Feng Tong was the strongest person in North Nether Sect. He was at the first-level martial monarch stage. Even in the northern desert of the foreign lands, there was no one who could withstand a sword strike of his with his full strength with their bare hands. Yet now, in this remote little kingdom of Cloud Continent that didn't even have a few void-prying stage martial artists, there was actually someone who was able to receive the sword strike he stabbed out with his full strength with their bare hands. In fact, his sword contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, it was still blocked by someone. "Why, you're really Duan Lingtian?" Feng Tong asked fearfully as he looked at the purple-clad young man with long purple hair fluttering in the wind and a pair of emotionless crimson-red eyes. He could not believe it at all. Duan Lingtian, a void transformation stage martial artist whom he did not take seriously from the beginning until the end, was actually able to receive the sword of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse with his bare hands. The reply Feng Tong received was Duan Lingtian's palm strike. To be more precise, it was Duan Lingtian's palm strike after he had been devilified. Boom! Duan Lingtian struck with his palm. The vast black energy seemed to have transformed into a black flood that drowned Feng Tong before he could even react. After the flood subsided, Feng Tong, who stood before Duan Lingtian, had strangely turned into a skeleton. His flesh and organs had completely disappeared. Feng Tong's skeleton was still holding his sword when he was still alive. One could vaguely see that there were 3 fragments inside the skeleton. One was a profundity fragment and 2 were concept fragments. Suddenly, a soft sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tong's skeleton shook before it turned into dust that scattered with the wind. It completely disappeared from this world. Another martial monarch powerhouse had fallen. Only the profundity fragment and the concept fragment remained. 1 first-level monarch stage profundity fragment and 2 ninth-level advanced concept fragments. The 3 fragments landed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. They were completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, who had been devilified. It was as though he did not care about the 3 fragments at all. Wah! The sound of someone spitting out blood alarmed Duan Lingtian. In the distance, the remaining North Nether Sect elder launched a sneak attack on Feng Tianwu. After the successful sneak attack, the first thing he did was flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if he had never appeared. Boom! At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who was injured to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, suddenly erupted with the fire spirit body's energy that she had temporarily suppressed. For a moment, Feng Tianwu was shrouded in flames. Her jade-like skin now had some additional red spots on it. More and more red spots appeared, and when they combined together, Feng Tianwu's skin seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. The demonized Duan Lingtian had been eyeing Feng Tianwu covetously, intending to attack Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, he shook his head. His crimson eyes gleamed as he muttered, Tianwu, big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu felt her entire body was filled with heat. Even her soul felt as though it was being burned by the flames, causing her consciousness to blur. At this moment, she only felt her eyelids were fighting, and she really wanted to sleep. However, she knew very well that once she fell asleep, it would be impossible for her to wake up again. Elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu's consciousness gradually blurred. She felt as though she had been buried in a sea of fire. It would not be long before her consciousness was completely annihilated. Boom, 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 boom. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again and again. Every time it rose, it would cause the air to tremble and emit rolling heat waves. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he flew out. In just a short moment, he was already in front of Feng Tianwu. As for the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body, it was as though he did not notice it at all. As he approached Feng Tianwu, he entered the area enveloped by the flames as though he was walking on flat ground. No matter how much the flames burned, they could not get close to the wisps of black mist that surrounded his body. Elder brother Duan. I'm so sleepy. So sleepy. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was just inches away from her, and stretched out her hand with some difficulty. Her voice gradually weakened, and she could barely keep her eyelids open. Tianwu. The purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian was on the verge of losing his mind. However, a trace of his remaining consciousness allowed him to stretch out his hand and hold Feng Tianwu's hand. At this moment, a scorching and terrifying energy surged from Feng Tianwu's hand into Duan Ling Tian's body after he had been devilified. It made him shudder, and he could not help but shudder. At the same time, the scarlet in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually disappeared after he had been demonized. Not only that, but even his purple hair was also gradually losing its color and turning back to black. Before Duan Lingtian's consciousness completely disappeared, he clearly realized that the black energy in his body was black. When the scorching energy in Feng Tianwu's body surged into his, the black energy in his body also flowed into her body. It was equivalent to a mutual gift. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. He had no idea what happened after that. He only had time to guide a gentle energy around himself and Feng Tianwu before he lost consciousness. It supported them as they slowly descended to prevent them from falling and injuring themselves. With their current height, if they were to fall while unconscious, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian did not know how long he had been unconscious for. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a luxurious room. The big, soft bed made him feel reluctant to leave. "Boss, you're finally awake." Duan Lingtian had just sat up on the bed when he heard a familiar voice. He could not help but look over. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure. It was a big fatty, Li Xian. Li Xian was his childhood playmate. Later on, they even formed a deep brotherhood. "Fatty, what is this place?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Boss, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace," Li Xian said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. That's right. If it wasn't the palace, how could it be so luxurious? Li Xian gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. "Boss, aren't you too amazing? You actually killed the old man who led the group." When Li Xian said this, a smile bloomed on his face. Back then, he had been captured by one of the three people by the old man's side. He had always held a grudge against them. Now that the old man was dead, he felt joy and excitement from the bottom of his heart. "My mental energy feels like it's stagnating. Is it going to synchronize with my cultivation base? Is this a side effect of the Devil Seal tombstone?" Duan Lingtian quickly discovered this problem after inspecting his body. When he was first devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone, his mental energy, which was 2 levels higher than his cultivation base, was suppressed to a level higher than his cultivation base. Now, he was being devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone a second time. He could clearly feel that his mental energy, which was 1 level higher than his cultivation base, was stagnating. In the future, as his cultivation base increased, his mental energy might not rise to a level higher than his cultivation base. Instead, it would synchronize with his cultivation base. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage, and his mental energy was at the 7th level void transformation stage. When his cultivation base broke through to the 7th level void transformation stage, his mental energy might not increase. Fortunately, my soul skill, 1000 Illusions, is long gone. Otherwise, the impact would be huge. Duan Lingtian was slightly relieved. If he could still use his soul skill, 1000 Illusions, now, once his mental energy synchronized with his cultivation base, his soul skill would undoubtedly become useless. "Where's Tianwu?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Li Xian and asked worriedly. He still remembered. Before he lost consciousness, Tianwu's situation was extremely bad. Her fire spirit body's energy was about to completely erupt. At that time, even a deity could not save Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. Could something have happened to Tianwu? Duan Lingtian was slightly anxious. "Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. Grandma Meng is taking care of her." Li Xian smiled. This time, Duan Lingtian did not blame Li Xian for addressing Feng Tianwu as sister-in-law. After what happened last time, he had tacitly accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. He no longer rejected her. "Bring me to see her," Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. There was a hint of anxiousness between his brows. This time, the reason Feng Tianwu faced a life and death crisis was all because of him, and it made him feel both touched and guilty. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Li Xian to the place where Feng Tianwu was recuperating. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Li Xian that he had been lying in bed for an entire month. What? I've been lying in bed for a month? Yes. Li Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself, the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet are no joke. Fortunately, I fainted in the Imperial Palace this time. If I were to go somewhere else like last time, I would have died. After all, not everyone was as kind as Yi Xian. Finally, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu again. Feng Tianwu was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. Grandma Meng, is my sister-in-law still unconscious? Li Xian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. Meng Ping shook her head. Duan Lingtian stood next to the unconscious Feng Tianwu. He extended his spiritual energy soundlessly and quickly investigated Feng Tianwu's condition. The energy from the fire spirit body in Tianwu's body has been completely neutralized. Also, Tianwu's cultivation base has improved so much. What the hell is going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, this was a good thing. HM? Chapter 1046. If Tianwu's soul is not healed, it'll be difficult for her to wake up even if she wants to. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, so he had a good understanding of the soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was injured, the impact would be great. Take Feng Tianwu's current situation as an example. Feng Tianwu's soul was injured. Although it was not enough to destroy her soul, it would affect her mind, causing her to be unable to remain awake. She could only lie on the bed like she was now and become a living dead. She could not wake up like a normal person. Of course, her body was healthy and full of vitality. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently landed on Feng Tianwu's right hand. That hand was tightly holding a 5-foot-long red flexible sword as though she was unwilling to let go even if she died. The red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing laid there, setting off Feng Tianwu's red clothes. It looked very harmonious. Although she hasn't woken up, she's holding that sword tightly from the beginning until the end. It's as though that sword is very important to her and she's unwilling to let go subconsciously. Meng Ping noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and shook her head as she sighed. I really don't understand why she cares so much about that sword. It's as though it's a part of her body. Meng Ping's words made Duan Lingtian's heart tremble. He was the one who gave that sword to Tianwu. No matter what, I'll definitely heal your soul and wake you up. Duan Lingtian's gaze was filled with firmness and resolution. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to heal a soul injury like Feng Tianwu's. As long as one could find some rare treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent, it could be healed. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, if Tianwu consumes a large amount of royal-grade resurrection pills over a long period of time, there's still a chance for her soul to be healed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of the bed, staring blankly at the woman lying on the bed. His eyes and face were full of pity. When Meng Ping and Li Xian saw this, they glanced at each other before tactfully retreating and closing the door behind them. Tianwu, as Duan Lingtian stared at the woman's peerless face that could cause the downfall of a nation, the image of the figure that looked like a fire elf who had forcefully activated the fire profundity in the past appeared in his mind again. Tianwu was willing to sacrifice her life for him. In her heart, he was more important than her life. Duan Lingtian's heart was not made of stone. From the moment Feng Tianwu did not hesitate to sacrifice her life for him, his heart was touched. He even thought that if he and Feng Tianwu could survive, he would definitely not reject Feng Tianwu from 1,000 miles away. In the past, he had always wanted to let fate take its course between him and Tianwu. Now it was time. Unfortunately, Tianwu was unconscious due to the injury to her soul. The ending was not too perfect. Tianwu, you don't have to wait for the next life. I'll treat you well in this life as long as you wake up. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's delicate hand tightly and said softly. His tone was gentle. This was a tone that he would only use in front of his two fiancées in the past. Now, he had given a portion of his gentleness to Feng Tianwu. Currently, Feng Tianwu had a very important position in his heart. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's hand quietly. His eyes never left her beautiful face. It was the first time he was quietly sizing up Feng Tianwu like this. At this moment, for the first time, he felt Feng Tianwu was much more beautiful than before. In the past, he seemed to have overlooked many of her strengths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was moved. He bent down and lowered his head. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Duan Lingtian kissed Feng Tianwu's forehead. His eyes were filled with tender love. After he got up, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he finally had the mood to think about other things. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. After I was devilified, I felt like I was dreaming. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled the experience from a month ago. He still remembered. At that time, it was as though he had entered a wonderful dreamland. In the dreamland, the Anika sex elder who was at the peak of the void attacked him first. In the face of the Anika sex elder who had the strength of more than 4,000 ancient horn dragons, he only needed one punch to kill him easily. It was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Subsequently, the North Nether Sex Supreme Elder Feng Tong attacked him. His sword slashed toward him as though it was assisted by the gods. On the other hand, he merely raised his hand casually and easily caught Feng Tong's sword that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horn dragons. After I was devilified, I'm actually so powerful? That was a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse's flesh and blood was destroyed and his bones were shattered by me with just one punch? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he recalled the dreamland. With just one blow, he caught Feng Tong's sword that he had used all his strength with his bare hand. He killed Feng Tong with just one punch. Although Feng Tong was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. He was not someone that could be compared to a martial artist at the peak of the void stage, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even so, he was still killed by him with just one blow. To be more precise, he was killed by him with just one blow after he was devilified. Devil Seal tablet? What's this thing? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the mystery and power of the Devil Seal tablet again. It was a mystery and power that he could not understand, and it shocked him. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I cast after I was devilified is exactly the same as the black energy Zhao Ming cast before. However, after I was devilified, my strength was stronger than Zhao Ming's. My attack was faster than Zhao Ming's. Even if I killed Feng Tong, I didn't have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian thought about Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, the traitor of the Seven-Star Sword sect. He had crippled his dantian and limbs and left him in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Zhao Ming had appeared again not long ago. Not only were his limbs intact, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the strength he possessed was not origin energy or concept. It was as though it was some other kind of strength. That kind of strength probably doesn't belong to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, but he could not find any record of that kind of strength. In the end, he came to this conclusion. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, he could not think of any other reason. Moreover, Zhao Ming was called a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside Cloud Continent. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about the powerhouse who gave Zhao Ming a new life. He felt a headache when he thought about that powerhouse. That powerhouse's origin was mysterious, and it was related to many things that he could not figure out at all. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. When I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent in the future, all these mysteries will naturally be revealed. Before that, it's useless to think about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he continued to think about it, he would undoubtedly think about his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, and the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword in the Cluster Mountain Gorge in Xiongquan's hometown. Whether it was his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, or the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, both of them had a certain connection with the mysterious world outside Cloud Continent. I remember that after I killed Feng Tong, that North Nether Sect's elder sneakily attacked Tian Wu. When Duan Lingtian recalled this, his eyes instantly turned crimson red. Waves of terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the entire room to fall into a purgatory. Boom! At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. The strength in his feet skyrocketed as he stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor of the room. The cracks spread out like a gigantic spider web. Boom! 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 For a moment, the room that Duan Lingtian was in was on the verge of collapsing due to the force that swept out from his feet. Even the bed that Feng Tianwu was lying on began to sway from side to side. Crack! Soon after, the foot of the bed broke and the bed collapsed. The unconscious Feng Tianwu was flung off the bed. Seeing Feng Tianwu being flung off the bed, Duan Lingtian's crimson eyes finally regained their clarity. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and caught Feng Tianwu. He held her horizontally in front of his chest as though he had just obtained a treasure. Feng Tianwu's delicate body was soft in his hands, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was on the verge of erupting. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Little Tian." At this moment, two figures broke through the door and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. However, when they saw that the entire room was in shambles and the wooden bed that had collapsed, a hint of horror appeared on their faces. It was as though a great battle had just taken place here. "Boss, this is..." Li Xian swallowed hard as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. "It's nothing. I've just been lying here for a month, so I wanted to move my limbs a little." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already calmed down. He shook his head and replied, "Moved his limbs a little?" The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Meng Ping had a strange expression on her face. "What's going on? Why did I feel so agitated when I recalled the scene of Tian Wu being ambushed earlier?" A chill ran down Duan Lingtian's spine when he recalled the earlier scene. At that moment, he felt as though his emotions were no longer under his control. It was as though someone else had taken control of his body. His agitated emotions were constantly magnified. "It seems like my emotions have become even more uncontrollable after being devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the second time." Soon after, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. He still remembered. Back then, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the first time, his emotions had become slightly out of control. He was easily irritable. Chapter 1047. Now, he was certain of one thing. Every time the Devil Seal tablet devilified Duan Lingtian, the aftereffects would worsen. If I used the Devil Seal tablet a few more times, won't I be controlled by my emotions? Duan Lingtian could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. "That's right. Boss, His Majesty asked me to pass these to you." At this moment, Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and a pile of fragments from his spatial ring and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Among the pile of fragments, there were two that stood out the most. They were the profundity fragments that came from Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, and Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect. As for the profundity fragment from Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect, Duan Lingtian had taken it along with his spatial ring after he killed him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect His Majesty to know how to retrieve these fragments from their bodies." Martial artists above the void transformation stage would have concept fragments in their bodies. Although this was common knowledge, Duan Lingtian was still surprised that someone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about it. It said that His Majesty ordered their bodies to be cremated. His Majesty thinks these things are not simple, so he asked me to pass them to you after you woke up. Li Xian chuckled. Duan Lingtian finally understood. It seemed like even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor did not know what a concept fragment and a profundity fragment were. It made sense when he thought about it. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor knew the value of these concept fragments and profundity fragments, he would definitely ask for 1 or 2 fragments from Duan Lingtian. I'll take these 2 fragments and the spatial ring. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the 2 profundity fragments and the spatial rings from Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies. He did not take the concept fragments. Leave them to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? Li Xian was stunned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian meant. Little Tian, could it be that these things aren't simple? At this moment, Meng Ping, who stood beside Li Xian, asked with a surprised expression. Grandma Meng, since you're the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, and the Flying Rainbow sect is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, could it be that you haven't heard of concept fragments? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping with a puzzled expression and asked. Concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that resounded out, and it shocked Meng Ping to the point she was dumbstruck. She only recovered from her shock after a long time, and she gasped for breath as she asked. Little Tian, you said these are concept fragments? Meng Ping asked in astonishment as she looked at the pile of fragments in Li Xian's hand that flickered with various colored energies. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. These are concept fragments. Moreover, they're concept fragments of extremely high grade. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly elevate your concept to the void transformation concept. They really are concept fragments. Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some of the ancient books in her sect. She knew it was something that was born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. In next to no time, Meng Ping shuddered as she seemed to have recalled something, and she revealed an astonished expression as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, concept fragments can only be nurtured within the body of a void transformation stage powerhouse. You mean, those mysterious powerhouses are all void transformation stage powerhouses? Meng Ping's eyes narrowed as she spoke, and her breathing quickened again. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. For a time, not only was Meng Ping stunned, but even Li Xian was dumbstruck. These things are born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse? Meng Ping's words echoed in Li Xian's ears as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Void transformation powerhouse? What kind of powerful existence was that? Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire had never heard of a void transformation powerhouse. It was said that even in the Dark Han dynasty, void transformation stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Li Xian knew his boss was powerful. Even so, he did not expect his boss to be able to kill a void transformation powerhouse. He originally thought his boss was only respected among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. However, it seemed like his boss could even kill a void transformation powerhouse. Looks like, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid there are not many people who can defeat my boss. Li Xian guessed. If Li Xian knew, the owners of the pile of concept fragments in his hands could easily annihilate the entire Dark Han dynasty by themselves, so perhaps he wouldn't think like this. Boss, Grandma Meng, what's the use of these concept fragments? Li Xian could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. He subconsciously felt that these things that came from the body of a void transformation powerhouse were not simple. Soon after, Li Xian found out what a concept fragment was and what its use was from Meng Ping. It can help a martial artist to raise their concept quickly, similar to a spirit fruit to raise one's cultivation base. Li Xian's eyes lit up. His breathing that had calmed down became rapid again. The fat on his body and face trembled along with his emotions. Only now did he realize the value of the pile of fragments in his hand. Boss, are you really going to leave these concept fragments to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself? Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "There's no need." Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile. "Grandma Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid farewell to Grandfather Nye, Uncle Nye, and Brother Nye." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Ping and Li Xian's response, Duan Lingtian disappeared before their eyes with Feng Tianwu. It was as though he had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, they smiled wryly. Before I regained control of my body, a wave of black energy seemed to have surged out of my body after I was devilified and rushed into Tianwu's body. Could it be that this energy suppressed the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this matter. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems like the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was indeed suppressed by the energy that surged out of my body after I was devilified. I can't believe the person who helped Tianwu break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body's 30-year lifespan was really me. Chapter 1048. Duan Lingtian still remembered. That year, when he first came to the Darkstone Empire, he went to Phoenix Nest City and happened to encounter Feng Tianwu holding the groom search competition at the entrance of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition that time was organized by Feng Wudao for Feng Tianwu. There was only one purpose. It seemed to be because of some prophecy. It was to find the man in Feng Tianwu's destiny. It was said that man could help her break the curse of the innate spirit body that would definitely die at the age of 30. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought it was nonsense, although all the clues pointed to him. But now, he had no choice but to believe the prophecy because the prophecy had come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tianwu break the shackles of the innate spirit body's destiny. Feng Tianwu was not even 30 years old. The energy of the fire spirit body in her body was suppressed and transformed into a part of the energy in her body that urged her origin energy to rapidly raise her cultivation base. It was precisely because of that prophecy that allowed Tianwu to meet me. As for what happened after that, everything seemed to be logical. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he recalled the past. Perhaps, the fate between him and Feng Tianwu had quietly begun when he first met Feng Tianwu. At that time, the gears of fate had already tightly locked them together. The last time when he went from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had slightly suppressed his speed because he had to take care of Feng Tianwu. This time, his speed had increased by more than one level when he carried Feng Tianwu. Therefore, he quickly returned to the small city that was closest to the Xiong family's village. After arriving at the small city and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiong Quan was still cultivating. It was as if he did not know he had left with Feng Tianwu. This time, Duan Lingtian woke Xiong Quan up. "Young master." When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's call, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. He opened the door and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiong Quan, let's go to the Dark Han dynasty," Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan didn't ask any more questions and left with Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was taken away by Duan Lingtian. After his meridians and marrow cleansing, even though he had barely recovered his void prying stage cultivation base and was able to fly, his speed was still too slow. At the very least, he was too slow in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu horizontally and brought Xiong Quan all the way towards the Dark Han dynasty's capital. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Young master, young lady Tianwu is?" On the way, Xiong Quan could not help but ask curiously when he saw Feng Tianwu did not move even after being carried by Duan Lingtian horizontally for a long time. Something happened to Tianwu. She might be unconscious for a while. Duan Lingtian said. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for Feng Tianwu to wake up before her soul was healed. Fortunately, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached the stage where she could not eat. She could survive without eating anything. However, the most important thing right now was to find the 1,000-year frost or the 10,000-year frost. Only in this way could Feng Tianwu's body be better preserved. She would not be affected by some external factors and something bad would happen. Xiong Quan nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not continue to ask. He was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital with Xiong Quan. The first thing he did was to go to the Dark Han Dynasty's palace. He stood in the air and spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian is here for a visit. Duan Lingtian's voice was like thunder. It reverberated in the entire Dark Han Dynasty's palace. Duan Lingtian is here? The entire palace was in an uproar. Presently, so long as it was someone from the Dark Han Dynasty, there wasn't a single person that didn't know Duan Lingtian. The person who won first place in the martial competition organized by the Dark Han Dynasty had participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the forces of the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the glory of the Dark Han Dynasty. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had defeated the young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought glory to the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian? Naturally, there were some people in the palace who had a grave expression on their faces. These people included the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few Dark Han Dynasty's old princes. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that their cultivation base was able to break through to the void transformation stage. It could be said that they were indebted to Duan Lingtian. However, they had no choice but to betray Duan Lingtian when 3 groups of powerhouses came to visit earlier. They told the 3 groups of powerhouses about Duan Lingtian's origin. They felt guilty about this. Duan Lingtian is still alive? Soon after, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few old princes gathered together. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Any one of the 3 groups of powerhouses who came to look for them was so powerful that even if they joined forces, they were no match for them. The 3 groups of powerhouses who came to the Dark Han Dynasty to look for Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. However, they allowed Duan Lingtian to survive? Don't tell me he's here to denounce us? I think so. Indeed, we're in the wrong. However, how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps, the 3 groups of powerhouses did not do anything to him. Impossible. Many of the 3 groups of powerhouses had killing intent in their eyes when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to let Duan Lingtian go. The few of them discussed among themselves. In the end, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and came to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, the Imperial Palace. I'll go alone. All of you, protect His Majesty. One of the old princes, who was Zi Shang's master, said to the other Dark Han Dynasty's old princes after taking a deep breath. Imperial uncle. Horror dawned on the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's fine even if Duan Lingtian is here to denounce us. He might not be as strong as I am. The old prince smiled. He did not wait for the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's reply before he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with Feng Tianwu in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as though they could see through everything. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure soar into the sky and arrive in front of him in a moment. Zi Shang's master? Duan Lingtian recognized the old man in front of him immediately. The old man could be considered as an old acquaintance of his. However, although the old man had a relationship with Zi Shang, he had never helped Zi Shang deal with him. At the very least, he did not think so. Therefore, he had no ill intentions toward the old man. Duan Ling, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner as he forced a smile on his face. I just returned a while ago. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Old prince, I'm here to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I'm sure it won't be difficult for the imperial family. You're a hero of the Dark Han Dynasty. As long as it's within the imperial family's power, we'll help you. Tell me, the old man said. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not here to denounce him. Although he seemed to be very confident in front of the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor earlier, he could not help but feel slightly perturbed in his heart. He really did not dare be certain that he could defeat the current Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monster. From the dynasty martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's improvement with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian was when Duan Lingtian decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to surpass him. A monster could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who went to look for Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian was still alive. He had a feeling that something was not right. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when he faced Duan Lingtian. He treated him with caution. "I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt even if it was burned by an ordinary flame, a low-grade pill fire, or a weapon fire. A small piece of 10,000 years old glacial ice could quickly calm a person's restless mind, allowing them to enter a better state of cultivation, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. One could imagine how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He himself had a cushion made from a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Usually, he would take it out and use it when he couldn't calm down to cultivate. "Duan Lingtian, after you joined the Blade sect? I wonder how strong you are now?" The old man did not answer Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he asked this question. Naturally, he did not ask this question on a whim. He wanted to know how strong Duan Lingtian was now. He wanted to know if the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family was willing to give him the 10,000-year frost. This was because even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family did not have much 10,000-year frost in stock. "But does the old prince want to see if I'm qualified to obtain the 10,000-year frost?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. He could easily tell what the old man was thinking. The old man was a little embarrassed when Duan Lingtian pointed it out. However, he did not deny it. "If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right?" Duan Lingtian said calmly. "I think the 10,000-year frost is not as valuable as the benefits you guys obtained because of me, right?" The old man was even more embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not say anything. "Since the old prince wants to see how strong I am now, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 1049. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and shouted coldly. At the same time, the anger in his mind continued to spread and grow. The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet affected Duan Lingtian imperceptibly. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a wave of vast energy swept out and targeted the old man in front of him. It was so fast that it was even faster than lightning. *T. The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the old man realized that something was amiss. His heart could not help but rise to his throat. At this moment, when he saw a wave of energy that even he could not see with his naked eyes gushing out of Duan Lingtian's body, his eyes instantly narrowed. Fear was written all over his face. Without any hesitation, the old man immediately moved. He wanted to quickly escape from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's energy. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian attacked in anger. Even without the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the energy that was transformed from his origin energy and various concepts was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Dealing with a first-level void transformation martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation concept was no different from using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. That was the truth. Boom! The energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into a wave of vast multicolored flames. At the moment when the old man was about to move, he was completely drowned in it. Boom! 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 Wherever the multicolored flames passed, the sound of air exploding continuously sounded like thunder. It swept through the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the end, the energy that seemed to have transformed into multicolored flames covered the majestic palace in the middle of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace and instantly razed it to the ground. Not only that, but there was also a bottomless pit where the palace had been. The pit was so big that it was enough to bury thousands of people. Young master is so powerful. Xiong Quan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, witnessed the old man in front of Duan Lingtian being obliterated by the multicolored energy surging out of Duan Lingtian. Apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment, there was nothing else on the old man's body. Not even a speck was left. Young master, are you all right? At the same time, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Just now, he had sensed it. When his young master took a step towards the old man, a terrifying power surged out of his body. His young master's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he felt that his young master had changed, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell. Duan Lingtian, whose body was emitting waves of terrifying killing intent, gradually regained consciousness after hearing Xiong Quan's call. At this moment he only felt a little dizzy. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, I only wanted to show him my current strength so that the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would obediently hand over the 10,000-year frost. However, I didn't expect that I would be controlled by my emotions and kill him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. All he could feel was numbness on his scalp. For the first time, the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet terrified him from the bottom of his heart. When he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, he felt that his emotions had become more agitated. In the end, he confirmed that it was the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet. However, at that time, he could still easily suppress his agitated emotions, so he did not take it to heart. However, after being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the second time, he could no longer control his emotions. He realized that as long as he was slightly angered, his emotions would go out of his control. His anger would be magnified, and he would even do some extreme things. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. After the Devil Seal tablet devilified me, it gave me the power to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. However, the price to pay for all of this is extremely high. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. The Devil Seal tablet was like a double-edged sword, killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Moreover, he had an intuition. If he allowed the Devil Seal tablet to devilify him again, he would lose control of his emotions. In the end, he might lose himself and turn into a killing machine. If it's not necessary, I must never use the Devil Seal tablet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and made up his mind. To him, the Devil Seal tablet was no longer a life-saving straw. It might even suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine controlled by his emotions. So what if he's dead? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian casually put away the spatial ring and concept fragment of the old man, the Darkhan dynasty's old prince, into his spatial ring. He hated ungrateful people the most in his life. Earlier, the Darkhan dynasty's old prince had spoken as though they would not hand over the 10,000-year frost unless he was strong enough to suppress the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, I only want the 10,000-year frost that's not as valuable as the items they obtained from Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. How dare he refuse me? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anger again. The murderous aura on his body was rising again. Young master! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xiong Quan shouted again. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet have worsened to this extent. It seems like I have to suppress my emotions if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the aftereffects that the Devil Seal tablet brought to him. It was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice shot up into the sky. A figure covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. It was the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, there was a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just a single blow. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian since he was not as powerful as the old man. Your Majesty! At this moment, another two old men shot up into the sky and arrived next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with dread on their faces. Their faces were pale. How long has it been, and there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family? Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy instantly probed the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other two old men's cultivation base. He chuckled before his voice gradually turned low. However, have all of you forgotten? Who's the main reason all of you managed to break through to the void transformation stage today? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he mocked. He was afraid he would be controlled by his emotions again, so he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart to prevent it from spilling out. Otherwise, he was really worried he would be controlled by his anger again and kill the three void transformation martial artists from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family in front of him. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's face turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The other two Dark Han Dynasty's old princes were embarrassed as well. Naturally, the person who contributed the most was the purple-clad young man standing in front of them, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor opened his mouth and said coldly, I admit that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage mainly because of you. However, this doesn't mean you can kill the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family as you wish. Kill as I wish? Duan Lingtian smiled. Your Majesty, it seems like you don't know the reason behind this, right? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary to accuse me of killing the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family if you don't know the reason? Huh? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the two old men standing next to him were looking at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. They only saw Duan Lingtian killing the old prince from afar. They did not know what happened between the old prince and Duan Lingtian. Today, I came here to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. However, that old man changed the topic on purpose. Moreover, based on his words, it seems like you'll only give me the 10,000-year frost if I'm strong enough to suppress the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word as he patiently recounted what had happened earlier. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's expression changed immediately. As for the other two old men, they felt their faces burning. In their opinion, even if they offered up all the 10,000-year frost that the imperial family had stored, it would only be a fraction of what Duan Lingtian had done for the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, they did not use much of it. Most of the time, they kept it at the bottom of the treasure vault. However, the benefits that Duan Lingtian had obtained for them allowed them to break through to the void transformation stage. It had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Now, esteemed Dark Han Dynasty's emperor, do you still think I'm wantonly slaughtering the members of your Dark Han Dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as he narrowed his eyes. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor remained silent for a long time because he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian, the imperial family is in the wrong. It's not your fault. The two old princes standing next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor panicked when they saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Yes, it's not your fault. As for that 10,000-year ice you want, you can take it from our treasury now. The two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family panicked. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.